Warm welcome to our councillors and governors who are sitting this morning. A very warm welcome also to our public who will be joining us during the day. We've got some electoral candidates with us and people will be potentially coming and going throughout the day, so a very warm welcome to you, to our kaimahi. Thank you for all the work that you do and for joining us here in Chambers, especially Di and Richard, and of course our acting CE. And for those who will be joining us online, a very warm welcome to you also. My name is Di Roadley. It's my absolute pleasure to guide us through today's agenda. Pardon? Kia ora, thank you. Today we are the Hawke's Bay Regional Council Environment Committee meeting. It's the 22nd of July. Could I invite Councillor Hawke to open our hui this morning?
Kia ora no tātou, tēnā koe e te hia mana. Tēnei komiti tai au, o te rā, tēnā no tātou, ngā māngai, ngā koe e matua mārei, o tāinga mai, e whakawaha, wahai nei ngā kōrero, ngā whakaaro nui, kōrua tahi, ko Teresa, ngau kake mai, ngā whakaaro nui o te wā, hoi kia piri kia tata, kai ngā manuhiri, tēnei taha, tēnei rā tangi atu kia koutou. Ka tīmata i tātou mā te Karakia kia hora te Māori tātou mea rā. I just want to say that we will start our Karakia with kia hora te Marino, and I think it's appropriate where we're sort of transitioning in the space of Mātariki, and also to acknowledge the kohu or the fog this morning. And I guess in the greater scheme of the taiao, we acknowledge the role of and the presence of that fog, of that mist. In a ao Māori view, it kind of acknowledges that the presence of a taniwha kaitiaki, and the responsibility of the taniwha kaitiaki is to ensure that the land is being replenished following the process of matariki, and to turn the soil and to prepare for the new year. Mo reira rā, tēnā rā te mihi atu kia tātou. Kia hora te marino, timata, kia hora te marino, kia whakapau ngamu te moana. Hei huarahi mai tātou i te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. Hui e taiki e.
Kia ora, and thank you, Councillor Hawke. Now, just a few quick housekeeping to run through. This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In an earthquake, drop, cover, hold. If the shaking is long or strong, when shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exit and proceed immediately toward Napier Hill, along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. Evacuation. If an emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Vautier Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted, one in the corner over here and the door that you came through. I call for any apologies for this morning's hui, please. There are none. I call for any conflicts of interests on today's papers. There are none. The confirmation of minutes from the hui on the 11th of March, the Environment Committee, we're going to delay that confirmation until after we reconvene after lunch. Staff are just working through. There is a couple of items there that I'd like to update ahead of that. I'm assuming we'll get a copy of that during the lunch break, so you'll have a chance to check those amendments as they come through. Public forum to today, public forum to today, or today. Unfortunately, we don't have any public joining us to present. However, please be aware It is a time reserved for the public, for our community to come in and present, so please do get in touch if you would like to make use of that time. Because I'm the chair today, we're going to start with a little preface from the chair, because I'm super excited about the agenda and the papers that we are going to be working through today. So it seems appropriate to lay a foundation for those. And you will remember at our previous, just aforementioned, hui, we really spoke about soil conservation and the important work that's being done by the Regional Council. Today's committee meeting has a real focus on water and the work that the Regional Council is doing in the water space. In this region, water security and water health, it's vital to our prosperity and to our resilience. Ko te wai, te ora o ngā mea katoa. Water is the life giver of all things. Today is about momentum, about taking the next steps and strengthening the mauri of our wai and building resilient, prosperous Hawke's Bay. Across Aotearoa from Waiatai in the north, where Michelle and I hail from, to the Ruataniwha Plains in the south, across the Heretaunga Plains, where groundwater and surface water are tightly intertwined, each catchment carries its own water story. In Waiatai, the estuaries continue to feel the effects of heavy sediment loads after major rainfall events. Central Hawke's Bay, long-term monitoring shows a steady decline in groundwater levels and increasing nitrate trends at several sites. And on the Heretaunga Plains, decades of groundwater decline and strong river aquifer connection mean that every litre taken affects both ecosystems and community supply. These pressures may look different. Coastal clarity in the north, groundwater resilience in the south, aquifer river balance in Heretaunga, but they remind us that every part of this region and every catchment contributes to our shared future. The regional water assessment reinforces this picture widely. Councillors, you will have received that it was actually published in 23, but it talks to a story going much further. It was in your packs. Even with strong gains in efficiencies, Hawke's Bay is projected to face a 25 million cubic metre shortfall by 2040. A State of the Environment report adds further context to this. Lowland rivers experiencing low nighttime oxygen, aquifers under strain, coastal systems responding to sediment, nutrients, and increasing variable climate conditions. So taken together, these findings point to a simple truth. Perhaps we need to use less. What our science shows us is that we must slow down water, store it more when it's in abundant, protect the systems that hold it, and use it far more efficiently. This is the landscape for today's papers. From managed aquifer recharge to water storage feasibility to catchment scale land management and biodiversity. Our region's prosperity, our farmers, our growers, towns, industries, ecosystems, communities, our very economic viability will depend on how we navigate this transition. The work before us today is part of building that future, one where our rivers are resilient, our aquifers are stable, our communities are secure, and our decisions honour te mana o te wai. And woven through all of this is the quiet and essential role of the Regional Council. The work that protects not only water as a precious resource, but as a taonga. In times of change, it's easy to focus on structures. Today is a reminder that the work itself, the science, the monitoring, the planning, the guardianship, remains vital to our region's prosperity, no matter how the governance conversations evolve. Our 3 strategic priorities, which are you'll see all around the place, reducing flood risk, supporting water security and promoting healthy land and water, sit alongside the cross-cutting realities of climate change and financial affordability. Today's papers speak directly to that landscape. Nō reira.
Kia ora.
Let us begin. Now, because I'm the chair and I'm allowed to, we're going to start with a slight change to the agenda. We're going to start with item 6.3, which is on page 53 of your pack. It's the update on the water security action plan. And the reason that I'm wanting to do this, and Di's going to present this to us, and you've got a paper copy, it's very much the scene-setting paper for all of the other papers that will follow today. So I'm bringing it forward as it will provide some context for everything that follows. So over to you, Richard, to introduce this item.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Richard Wakefield tōku ingoa. Thank you, Chair, for that scene-setting and fulsome baseline for our papers today. And just to give context to the Water Security Action Plan, this was a plan developed across a series of meetings last year in 2025, so between February and July of 2025, through discussions with councillors, the focus was how do we bring all elements of water that HBRC was working on and bringing it together into a prioritised action plan that determined the order in which we might address some of these challenges and how we would direct our resources appropriately, including financial, towards creating the best opportunities for success for the region. So it's my pleasure to ask Di Smith, our Water Security Project Manager, to introduce this paper to you today. And for some in the room, it'll be a reminder of where we started on this journey, and for others, it'll be bringing everyone up to an even starting point. So thank you, Chair, and with that, I'd ask Di to present the paper and just take us through any points of questions. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. He kaiwhakahaere kaupapa ahau mō te haumarutanga wai, nā te kaunihira a rohe o te mātua Māori. E mihi ana ki ngā mema o te kaunihira o te mātua Māori, tēnā koutou. Kei te mihi Councillor Hawke o te Kaikara, Karakia. Ko Diane Smith ahau. Good morning, everyone. I am Diane Smith. I am the Water Security Project Manager for Regional Council, recently appointed at the beginning of this year. So I am new to Regional Council in staffing, however I have a little bit of knowledge with water security, having worked for Tamati Hawke whenua in my previous role. So thank you for this opportunity. I take these papers, this particular paper is being read as the action plan, and I just have a few notes, and then hopefully that will elicit some questions after my update. Just to note that the Central Hawke's Bay MAR project, the Lincoln Agritech Braided Rivers project, and the Heretaunga Water Security project all are subject to their own papers in this meeting, where more detail will be presented later in the meeting. So I won't talk too much about those particular projects here because they do have their own papers.
Okay.
However, these three projects do remain a priority security initiatives across the region, and we have been working quite extensively in those three projects over the last few months. The municipal and industrial water security, so I presume you've all got a copy of this. If you don't, wave out.
Anyone?
Oh, sure we do.
See, the media got one before me.
Sorry, Edith. That's what happens when you're late, arrive late.
Yeah, open to that.
A wizard is never late, he's always just in time.
Is it?
Sorry, Di.
It's all right. That's okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, as Richard had mentioned prior, this was adopted in August 2025, and it may be new to some of the councillors at the table that may not have seen it in a hard copy. So, just going back to where I was. If we're working through the key interventions, nature-based solutions, making room for rivers encompasses a growing understanding of how water security initiatives interact with projects such as the Reimagining Flood Resilience Program of Hawke's Bay Regional Council. As our knowledge grows, and especially around climate change impacts, these projects will become or are becoming more closely aligned as we work together across the future. Regulatory policy, and I'm sure you are all familiar with the tank plan. That remains a key regulatory function that has to address the supply and demand of water across this catchment. However, that process is currently paused, so we physically don't do any work on that currently, as that process is currently paused. Our science work is focused mainly around our 3 priority water security initiatives, and mostly centred around groundwater modelling and surface water interactions. And this is a growing work stream as we grow to understand how our aquifer systems are interacting, which are pretty much based on those 3 major projects that I've alluded you to. The operational work continues through water efficiency education and public communications, technical support for consent conditions as required, updating irrigation resources, delivery of training and best practice events with water users, and Irrigation New Zealand are undertaken by a staff member that is also working within the water security project team alongside myself. The municipal and the industrial water security work streams are pretty much work in progress, as these 3 major projects, the initiatives, have taken up a lot of the time, but it is a priority on our agenda. However, we haven't really gone into too much depth with that work at the present time. Any questions?
Thank you, Di. So, yes, any questions for Di Smith, please? Good job.
Thanks, Di. I had a couple of questions. The water recycling, which is particularly related to industrial water going out to sea that could be reused, is it under a heading here, or is it not on the list?
Industrial water security.
Yeah.
Just the third one down, John?
Yes, so it wasn't so much, is that what you mean by, that suggests industrial water security, but I'm thinking of recycling of industrial water. Is that what you mean by that? Oh, okay. That was an expected outcome through you, Chair. There was an expected outcome of the intent to work with the industrial water users, was the savings that had been identified by the users themselves, with the potential to reuse effectively food-grade wastewater. And so over the last 6 to 8 months since this paper was written, there's obviously been changes to the makeup of those industrial users in terms of what their intent to do in terms of their business locally. And there's also been the emergence of local government reform in terms of how those interactions are likely. So both municipal and industrial water use efficiencies and the targets within the action plan are affected by those changes to the industrial users in terms of their business model, but also simplifying local government. Okay. Yeah. One other question, John.
And on the water efficiency side of that, can you just briefly tell me what that involves, please, especially as far as irrigators are concerned? Is that our people going out and speaking to irrigators and saying, look, you're using such and such a kit and that's not really efficient anymore?
Through you, Chair, there's two elements to it. So our Water Information Services undertakes a monitoring process where we, for consented bores, where we are monitoring the use. So we have a monitoring component to that, and then we have an education component as well. So our water advisor works with irrigation groups and irrigation companies, the likes of Irrigation New Zealand, where they hold workshops with those groups to go through and educate users on how they measure and monitor their water use. So, using drop tests, drop bucket testing, and doing that assessment. So, there's education. The challenge for us has been the seasons where we have a rainy season and there's not a lot of irrigation, there's not a lot of training and education. So we've got to try and do the timing right to when irrigators are actually using it.
Okay.
Realign it.
Thank you. Councillor Coote, and then to Councillor Waiatai.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. Great to see you here, Di. Both. Look, I just wanted to, because we've got a lot of detail to come, particularly on horticultural use, etc., I just wanted to now focus on the municipal and industrial supply and just gain a sense of where things are at, because the water assessment took place essentially in 2023, but on data relating to the previous 5-10-year period. Can you give us an update on where things are at with the municipals, particularly the level of understanding and comprehension at the TA level around what their demands look like? We've got about a third, it's about 20% municipal, 20% is industrial. 13% industrial. So a third of the demand is going to come from municipal stroke industry. But where are they at in terms of consent supplied for? Is there any update on the data used to populate the water assessment, and what's happening now in the level of engagement by the TAs in the whole process of water security inquiry and progress and program? Can you help us with all of that?
Oh, the question, goodness, really good question. Richard, do you want to start first?
Through you, Chair, I think that, thank you for the question. It is a really good question, and it indicates that the best published data we have at the moment is the 2019-2020, where we talk around 138 cubic metres of water, fresh water used annually across the region. So that's that higher level, and we know that around 64% is allocated towards agriculture. And so that's the level of the information. To get more updated information, we would need to undertake further analysis on that. I know the work is continuing, so our groundwater scientists have continued to work in that space, but access to it right here at the moment, I would need to come back with a more fulsome update on that.
Well, just a follow-up to that, we will have knowledge of consent applications. I mean, I know Napier City think we just put a hole in the ground and water pops up and you live happily ever after. But can you help us with what their either consented or applied for water or their proposed applications look like in their 3-year plan? What do we know about what their requests for consents and applications are, please?
So through you, Chair, we will know, we will have a record of what their requests are for consents, and we will have a record of what consents have been issued. but that would need to come back as a separate piece of information.
Can we take that as an action then, that you'll
Take
give
that as, yep.
an update?
Yes.
Is that okay? Are you happy with that?
Thank you.
Councillor Curtin, and then Councillor Waiatai. Oh, you're abdicating to Councillor Van Beek? You were next,
I can go
Councillor
first.
Waiatai.
So just since Councillor Curtin has brought it up, a consent is a number, but the actual is far more important, and we know that from horticulture. So municipal, we actually don't really know what the usage is, and so my question is, in this particular case, is there appetite for actually going to measure that? Because we know it so well, unless we measure, we can't manage. So are we measuring what the municipal is using, as we also should and do measure what horticulture and agriculture are using? That's one question.
So through you, Chair, to my knowledge, we don't measure consumption at the municipal level. However, that is a question that I could take offline and come back with some more complete information on that. And you're correct in that we do measure consumption for the consented horticultural and agriculture usage. That is part of the water information services. So that's closely monitored, not only in terms of what's being consented, but what's being consumed. And you're correct in that, to my knowledge, municipal consumption is not measured. Neither is distribution, I would imagine. And there's a difference between distribution and consumption.
So the action from that was that you're going to come back with what the actuals are that we know, and we'll be looking for gaps of
what we know.
Yeah. So looking at what
we can
gaps.
take it from there, and then we can take it from there.
And it might be a conversation with the new water entity.
And switch over to agriculture and horticulture. So we know the total water assessment and the total uses in our last year. Do we know granularly what actually the usage is? So where actually the shortfalls are within our irrigated area, and have we also got moves from a legislative point of view where we actually are going to allow sharing of water? So what that means is we have, and we know that we have got entities that own a lot of water, as in own a lot of water in consents, and we've got those who are short. And that friction is creating some really poor behaviour. And as you know, I'm a proponent of actually sharing water, so to actually make water go further, but using less. And so is there any work done that we know where actually the gaps, where the hollows and the troughs are?
Through you, Chair, to my knowledge, we don't have, I don't believe we have that level of granular information. We're talking about modelled data, and so that again would have a question as to the level of granularity we can come up with in terms of that, so I can respond to that in the same context as that other question. And in terms of work on water sharing, we haven't done any work from a regional council perspective, and some of that may be guided by legislative processes in terms of those opportunities.
I'm not requesting that actually we're going to do that, but maybe just we should put it into our mind that we need to look forward to actually trying to find ways to actually give effect to that. This is really important.
But the action is that you'll update what we do know, and that might identify
And we'll go from there.
what would be a next proposal. Councillor Waiatai.
Kia ora. I whanaunga o Matawika Marae, tēnā koe dai. Just a question, just on that approved budget of 3.2 million to support feasibility, that's under the water storage. Have we got a consolidated, or will we receive a consolidated water security action plan dashboard showing each of the approved budgets? So we've got the budget, actual expenditure, forecast costs, right through to complete. Is there anything coming through for us?
So all the information as a dashboard, that's what you're asking? Richard.
So through you, Chair. So the 3.2 million that is referred to, that you're referencing, that was in January 2025. So that was the figure from January 2025. What was transferred or what was funded to Heretaunga Water Storage Limited in December of 2025 was the difference between that 3.2 million and what was spent during that year. So there were costs associated with the pre-feasibility study for Heretaunga Water Storage that were undertaken between January 2025 and December 2025, and it straddled the financial year, so obviously at the end of the 24-25 financial year and then into the 25-26 financial year. So that fund was that the difference was what actually was spent during that year. Having in responding to your broader question around the dashboard, that would be something that we would undertake. We've started, but that will get supplied with the next water security update.
And of course,
Supplement point.
we will have a chance to dig into that because there is a paper coming in this pack on, will that be a time to talk about it then? Thank you.
Just supplementary on that one. Then who has that overall accountability for managing the programme's total financial exposure?
That sits with myself.
Sal? Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Ormsby.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Di and team. So this is around the investment future, and if I can take it in two parts, Chair. The first part is around our own investment as Hawke's Bay Regional Council through our LTP. Are we expecting to have an ask for any of these projects through our LTP process?
Through you, Chair, the ask through the LTP process will be for specific projects, the Ngaruroro natural recharge.
Yep.
The decision today in front of the council with paper 5.1.
Yes.
That will be a decision for the council to make as to whether to continue with Central Hawke's Bay managed aquifer recharge, and that will determine what future funding requirements might be. But again, there is a stage gate even before the next expenditure into the future beyond that. But beyond those known projects at this stage, we're still going through that LTP process to identify what those priorities that the council might consider.
I look forward to a presentation around the braided rivers and how we can take that forward. Thank you. Second part to the question is around the CCO that's mentioned here on the project schedule, particularly for the municipal water security, the industrial water security. Can you confirm or not whether Whanawhana E2 will be included in the CCO going forward or not? No.
Through your chair, no.
No, okay. And do we have a transition plan starting, ready to hand over to the CCO, and when might that be?
Through your chair, can I just ask clarification of the question?
Yep.
The transition plan for handing over to the CCO of the water storage or...
Oh, sorry, for the municipal and industrial water security.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah.
No, we don't, because we haven't engaged with those CCOs at this stage.
So still very early stages. Thank
Very
you.
early stages.
And thank you, Councillor Ormsby, and Councillor C, as you wind up the
Kia ora.
questions. Last one.
Through you, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your opening framing. Quite lovely to hear it from the top to the bottom of the region, and that picture of water, really appreciated that. I think from the questions, you'll understand the drive that there's been quite a lot of focus on the projects that will store more water or restore more water, but this real opportunity to save water, which we had a lot of conversation about when we put together this action plan. And those two big pieces really are that partnership with the municipals. We know that leakage, identifying leakage and fixing can save 30 to 40% of water, which was quite a high priority for us to open those conversations. Also at that meeting, we talked specifically about consent requirements, understanding the amounts. We know that one of our TAs is coming to the top level of their consent, and we'll need to look at renewing that and with increased housing. But we asked specifically the question that at consenting time there is the capacity to ask for reports from municipal each year on how they are reducing water. And we didn't even need consent time. That actually can be built into the consent that they actually report on that yearly. And it was a very easy piece, I think, that we can utilise. And there was conversation that moving now to the new local waters done well, maybe the time for that was later. But this committee, or the committee at that time, Environment Committee, was really clear that we felt we needed to be ahead of that, so that that work was going into the new organisation, not sort of being lost in that transition. So my question is, have we done any work on picking up that work from the last committee on understanding consenting and asking for reduction measures from councils specifically? I know we haven't developed the leakage part, so has that piece been explored?
Through your chair, no.
No. Okay, so I'd love that as an action. And one more, Chair, if that's all right.
Can we just check what the action is that we're going to?
We would like to understand through the consenting process the capacity or building into consents the requirement for municipals to report yearly on their measures to reduce usage.
Does that include leakage?
It will, of course it will.
Yeah.
That's the main place they can
Yeah.
deal with it. Mm-hmm. But we do have ability to put requirements into consent, and that was a lever that we identified as being quite an easy one.
Yes, so go ahead, Councillor Chiu-Sears, with your...
So my second one is, and it's already been picked up, is really specifically again on the recycling of the industrial, that we again highlighted that if we start that work, it will transition into the new organisation next year, as already established. So I think I'm looking for a specific action point, Chair, that deals with how we could start that, the setup of that board or those connections, to ensure that even if they don't make a lot of progress physically, the establishment is there to hand into the new entity. And that will take place now within a year. It's only 11 months away.
So we've captured both of those. And Richard, you would be able to work with GCs to develop that up.
Thank you, Chair. I would appreciate that opportunity to build out a more comprehensive scoping of that.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
So we have a recommendation on the table just to receive and accept. Can I have
Madam Chair, just while we're on action points, I think arising out of the discussion has been some, if you like, issues to be resolved with the TAs in particular. You've mentioned that we talked about the transition of the municipal water security projects and their future. We've got the entire water security action plan, and I think there's a piece of work that needs to be looked at in terms of transitioning the actions. This goes to 2028, but we need to know what it looks like, how we hand it over, and what's the level of understanding and appreciation, particularly by the TAs, as to what the entire program looks like. So can we have another action point that says let's look at the transition future for the entire program and how we transact that. I mean, obviously some goes to CCO, to the water entity, but there's a whole raft of other stuff that needs to go somewhere as well.
Councillor Curtin, would you like to move the...
I'm very happy to move that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. As part of your speaking, can we have a seconder, please, for the receive and note? Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. Actually, we might just keep discussion to a minimum. Neil, you're done. Councillor Van Beek, did you want to speak?
No, I just want to say it's great work. You know, this is such an important part of what we do as an organisation, and to be fit for future and ready for future, we really need to keep our eye on this particular piece of work, because we can't let this slip off the table, so to speak, when all things happen and people get excited. So I think, you know, the suggestion that Councillor Curtin is making, and also Councillor Sear, is really positive, and let it keep in front of mind. Thank you.
100%. Given that we're going to be discussing in depth many of the pieces, is there any further comments on the other pieces that people wanted to. Right, so the motion is on the table to receive and note. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. I will take you back now to our decision item, which is 5.1. Thank you, Di, for that. For the Central Hawke's Bay Managed Aquifer Recharge. So apologies for jumping around in the pack. Richard, are you introducing this?
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to start with, in terms of the Central Hawke's Bay Managed Aquifer Recharge project, this is a project, again, that will be new to many in the room. It is a project that has quite a history with HBRC in terms of its beginnings. It was a project that was severely impacted and interrupted through the COVID period, and post-COVID was being prepared for a restart just prior to the 2023 weather events. And again, as a result of that, with an organisation narrowing its focus on the most important work to be done at that time, this is a project that has really only come back onto the radar since January 2025. So just over a year ago when discussions started, and coincided with a decision later in the year by this council to continue the work of the Central Hawke's Bay Managed Aquifer Recharge. What I'm asked Di to present is a very short video update on what Central Hawke's Bay Managed Aquifer Recharge is and how it works, just to try and create that even understanding as to where we start. Thank you, Di.
Tēnā tātou anō. These resources were originally built for the Managed Aquifer Recharge project, so they have been sitting within the Regional Council website, so they're still live, they're still there, and often we have to bring them and give them a bit of life to show everybody what we're talking about, and for some councillors around the table you may not be familiar. So this is just a quick snap to give you a little bit of a brief about what this was, its intention at the very beginning.
There are about 200 aquifers in New Zealand. 2 aquifers in Hawke's Bay are the lifeblood of a region reliant on primary production. Aquifers feed lakes and rivers. They receive water from rainfall and river connections, channels and drains. Areas of saturated rock or sediment store water in pores and cracks in sands, gravels and rocks below our feet. An invisible taonga, but essential for our environment, our productive communities, towns, cities and industry. Water travels and filters through underground layers, moving with gravity to surface waterways and finally the ocean. Some aquifers are confined between impermeable layers of sediment or rock, and groundwater can be under pressure, sometimes so much pressure that it will flow above ground level in a bore without pumping. The main users of groundwater in Hawke's Bay pump water from below ground to supply town water, industrial uses and irrigation. Much smaller volumes of groundwater are also used for frost protection, private household supplies and water for stock. Too much groundwater pumping can remove essential water from rivers and streams, so less space for fish, river life, recreation, even lower groundwater levels. The size of an aquifer is less important than how it is managed. The key is to protect groundwater levels and connected surface layers of streams and rivers from overuse. Aquifer water is also vulnerable to contamination by disease-causing microorganisms, as well as from excess nutrients, pesticides and other contaminants. Hawke's Bay Regional Council relies on specific rules, limits, landowner groups, sector support and catchment-based expertise to manage water quality and quantity now and for the future.
region's environmental health, growing communities and thriving economy are closely linked to water. We live in a bountiful area with sunshine, rich soils and a freshwater supply that we've continued to adapt and develop, relying on it even more. With the dual pressures of growing communities and climate change impacting our rivers and aquifers, our precious freshwater resource is under increasing pressure. Regional Council's focus for its Regional Water Security Program is to ensure Hawke's Bay has long-term, climate-resilient and secure supplies of freshwater for all. Council is working alongside Māori and the community to implement the government's freshwater framework, Te Mana o Te Wai, which highlights the vital importance of water and our special connection to it. To protect the health and well-being of our rivers, streams and wetlands, Te Mana o Te Wai sets out how we manage fresh water, prioritising the environment and human health before other uses for water. Regional Council is already prioritising the environment's needs by capping how much water can be taken from rivers and aquifers. But climate change will drive an increasing gap between demand and supply, and put simply, freshwater security is about managing both. Managing demand might include actions such as improved water conservation, infrastructure improvements, reducing allocations or metering. Managing supply will require initiatives that slow water down. We can do that by capturing water to supply back to our rivers during increasingly dry periods, whether that's above or below ground. We are proposing to investigate managed aquifer recharge in the Central Hawke's Bay and conducting a pilot to test some of the methods. Managed aquifer recharge, or MAR, captures water from the river when flows are higher to supplement the aquifer to support rivers, streams and wetlands when they are at their lowest. Nature already does a fantastic job of recharging aquifer systems, so we're mimicking nature as closely as possible, taking clean water from the river when it's at its highest and moving it through underground pipes to a recharge site. There, water moves through wetlands before it is dropped into a series of basins and is naturally filtered through rocks and gravels as it seeps down to the shallow aquifer. The shallow aquifer then ensures surrounding streams can continue to thrive during our drier months. We're also looking to recharge the deeper aquifer by pumping water down so it can be stored and recovered when levels are low. The design of the MAR site prioritises water quality first and foremost. A stringent water quality monitoring program will be operating to ensure the filtering processes are all working as expected and only high quality water is recharging the aquifer. This project must meet very strict consenting conditions to proceed. We will work with mana whenua to develop a cultural monitoring program for the pilot to ensure local knowledge, values and expectations are protected. We propose to run the trial for a minimum of 3 years to see if MAR performs as expected and offers a viable option for the community. Members of the community will be able to visit the pilot site and observe during operation. If our pilot is successful, the community could use MAR in other sites where suitable across the Ruataniwha Plains. Our increasingly volatile seasons due to climate change mean we need to act now. We must manage our freshwater carefully and take a community approach to share it equitably. You can learn more about the Regional Water Security Program by visiting our website.
Right. Very informative. Where do we go from here? Richard, are we just going to open for questions?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if we could take the paper as read, just to again context as to the stage we're at, and as I reflected earlier, the stop-start nature of this project. One of the key conditions at the last council decision was the ability for this project to be consented. There was a change in the engineering methodology for recharge. So the original design was for a side of the riverbank extraction of water, which wasn't going to interfere with the bed of the stream. And due to engineering constraints, redesign was that the extraction point was shifted to the base of the stream. And there was concerns as to whether this was consentable, and as you'll note in the paper, we do now actually have a consent and have support from mana whenua for the continuation of this project.
Questions? Councillor Ormsby.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Richard. In terms of the landowner agreement, how is that progressing, and is there a high probability that that won't happen, and therefore what is the fallback?
Through you, Chair, and thank you for the question. It has been a key consideration with this. So the collaborator or the partners in this program has been landowners and Central Hawke's Bay District Council as well. So we've needed to ensure that we are aligning our activities with the wishes of the District Council, but also with the landowners. It's fair to say that the stop-start nature, or the length of time that the project has taken to get here, we have relied on significant goodwill from the landowners, and the state we're in at the moment is that they're waiting to understand how committed the regional council is to the project before they will commit. So it's that chicken and egg situation in terms of what the level of commitment is. During that time, there's obviously been changes in landowner circumstances, because we're talking 5-6 years since this was first initiated, and some of those landowner situations have changed. And, sorry, through your Chair, just to add, this is a trial, not an engineered solution.
Councillor Van Beek.
No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry, I thought you caught my eye. Mr. Apatu.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wanting to follow up. I'm a little bit concerned, and probably more on the precautionary side of all of what this is proposing to do. I guess having to displace a kind of natural recharge in terms of a sophisticated process, it does kind of draw a little bit too much over where that kind of boundary lies in terms of the consequences and the risks that we've got. But I just want to ask, because you made mention, it's been a wee while now, and it is referenced in here when the cultural impact assessment was done back in 2022, and a lot has taken place. And in fact, quite a lot of thinking has been going on with mana whenua down in that area. Whether or not there is perhaps a recommendation to update that 2022 CIA to just add an addendum to it, because I know that there are some very contrasting views that have taken place over time. And because of that whole cultural sensitivity, would really recommend that you do look at that.
So I think the question is, are we going to? Is that the question?
Oh, so that's the question,
Are we going to update the cultural impact assessment from 2022?
Through the Chair, thank you, Mare. We had met with mana whenua probably this time last year to show the change in the consent that Regional Council were applying for, and everything was still intact. However, I do agree that it has been a few years since we've undertaken that cultural impact, and should, from here, today's decision that Council agree to progress, it would be a recommendation to update the CIA. But until there's a decision to proceed, then
sure,
we wouldn't do anything until a decision's been made.
So is that an action that, should we proceed today, that would be in train? Are you happy with that?
Yes, good.
Stuff too? Lovely. And Councillor McIntosh.
Tuki water storage, if that gets a tick, what are the implications of that for this?
Through you, Chair, that hasn't been considered in this project in terms of this is a trial, a research trial. That's not recommending a solution. What we're proposing to do is to evaluate whether it's possible for this to work, and will it have an effect on the aquifer. So we haven't considered it in the context of Tuki Water Storage Limited.
I suppose I was meaning really, in the event the trial is successful, I shouldn't have the answer myself, but I don't.
I think it'll come back. That's the paper says it will come back. Should this, we'll get a finding?
Yep.
Of whether it's successful or not. Either way, it'll still come back to
I
this
suppose
paper.
at that point we know whether Tuki water storage is happening or not too.
Potentially.
So, yeah.
Potentially. But actually, we can't think about it really in real terms without understanding it works.
Yep. So one is an augmentation project, the other is a distribution project. So we're looking at this in the context of an augmentation project.
Chair says.
Kia ora, thank you. Through you, Chair. Look, I understand the chicken and the egg, and there's a few pieces, but to pick up on Mare's point, the mana whenua engagement or agreement to the project is something that can be determined before, and we have invested huge amounts of time and energy in setting up all our projects to make sure that happens. So I just find it a bit concerning to hear now there's some different views, when I thought when we had this paper 2 years ago that was very much a strong partnership, and I don't support progressing and agreeing to money when there is still an outstanding, is the mana whenua support or not, when that could be resolved before we make the decision. I understand the landowner access. That's always a question. We're not going to commit our land till you know you're committing money. I get that. But actually, if the relationship with mana whenua now isn't strong on this, that's something we should have understood, I think, now before we are making a decision on progressing and committing money. So has something changed in that space?
Through you, Chair. No, it hasn't changed. This particular mana whenua group that were initially engaged at the very outset, and we're going back to 2019, 2020, all the way through, still remain in support of the project. However, as Mare has brought to the attention, there are other views within the community, and that is probably driven by the other water project in Tamatea in Central Hawke's Bay that is causing more discussions amongst the community. So we do have
a follow-up on that, Chair? So my question would be, if we approve the money to go on to continue the trial, we could find ourselves in a situation where mana whenua find themselves in a position that they want to halt or oppose the project. We could. Okay.
We might be able to manage that through some recommendations, Chair.
Yes, possibly. Thank you.
And I think Councillor Waitoa, you're rounding us out for questions.
Thank you. Just want to have a look at that recommendation 3. And it's just something I can't support at this stage, just around council required financial contribution being confirmed until our financial limits and approval pathways are clarified. Just in that paper, we've got total expenditure 2,073,024. Kanoa funding is 400,000. Hawke's Bay Regional Council's funding of 1.673 million. A minimum co-funding of 2.7 million. Hawke's Bay Regional Council internal funding loan 26-27 of 354,250, and then we've got a further estimated 1 million for the next pre-construction stage. Assuming the full 1.673 already contributed by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council is accepted as eligible co-funding, a further 1 million is going to be required to reach that 2.7 million requirement. So after applying the identified 2026-2027 council budget, we've got of 354,250, there's an apparent around about 672,726 remains unfunded. So going back to that recommendation for recommendation 3, before we could consider that recommendation, just three partai, could we just confirm whether the calculations 1 is correct?
Through your chair, yes, calculations are correct. And the $672,726 This would be met through a carry forward of the 25-26 underspend, subject to confirmation of the 25-26 financial results and council approval. So this is and again, it's this knock-on effect of the delays in this project where expenditure hasn't been undertaken this year while we were waiting for consenting. Now that consenting has been approved and it's starting back up, that money is actually sitting there in the 25-26 budget and subject to a carry forward as if approved by this council.
And I guess, well, thank you, because that did answer my second bit. And just around that remaining funding, so where would we look for that to come around, so that unfunded?
This is a split between HBRC and Kanoa funding, and so there is Kanoa agreements attached to this, which already has committed HBRC funding towards it.
Can I just have a supplementary to Councillor Waitai's question? So are you saying that that shortfall that's in this, the 26-27, which is roughly, let's call it 650,000-ish, that is being managed through carry forwards from this project?
From this project.
Assuming so it's not going to have any impact, a direct impact to rates or to loans or to, okay, does that clarify your question?
Thank you.
And could you just clarify that should we approve this the spend, that then unlocks the 14.7 loan at the stage when we require it in stage 2?
Not at this stage. It's at the end of
But
this.
if we don't do this, then that is gone, obviously.
It's gone. Yes.
But if we do approve it, then the project has a potential pathway
to
go to construction.
Yep. Yes.
Does that also help, Councillor Waitai?
Thank you.
I have a question.
Councillor McElroy.
I'd like to hear a bit more from Māori on the mana whenua, because I'm hearing from Councillor Sears, and I'm feeling a bit concerned too. It feels to me like all mana whenua haven't been listened to, or they have some more questions if there's been a change in how you're going to do this manage aquifer recharge. They probably have some, they want to be better informed, and everybody has the right to, and they are ratepayers. I'm also concerned, and I can remember this coming up years ago, and I'm just a little concerned when I looked at that video, and it's about, because it's an artificial process, that we're recharging an aquifer from surface water. So the surface water, recharging it into the aquifer through the filtering, natural filters. But I'm wondering, through that recharge, you're putting possibly contaminated water into pristine water, which the community are drawing out of. That's the part I've never understood. There was never any guarantee, and from a Māori perspective, if you're putting surface water into something that's more pristine, that doesn't seem, now for who? Is it for public consumption, or is it for irrigation, industrial? There are things that I don't understand. And I don't understand why I'm not being informed. And it's been a long time between when I first saw this into today. So, and also the concern as the Māori representative and amended representative to speak on behalf of our people as a councillor, I'm concerned that there are parties within the mana whenua groups that seem to need more information, and it is a risk to go ahead with a project that could be pulled up.
Councillor McElroy, the question that you're asking today is...
Well, there's two things. There's two things in there.
What could you just...
why are we going to go ahead when obviously I'm hearing from Māori that there are some of the community in the mana whenua who are concerned about this.
So the question
is
why
more work. We shouldn't go ahead with something that's a risk. The other one is that
I'm concerned that you're using surface water and putting it into aquifer where there'd be pristine water.
So let's start with the second one. Is that you're not quite understanding the process? Is that you'd like some more information on the how it works?
Well, just from that video, in that short few seconds, I saw, okay, you're trying to go into the more pristine area of the water, and that also shelves risk as well, like environmental health risk.
So is the question, what are we doing to mitigate the risks of contaminated water entering the aquifer? Is that the question?
It's two things.
So if we start
I'm
with the risk?
concerned about going ahead without monitoring being.
Okay, so we'll start with the risk one first and then come back to that. So is that okay with you?
Both
Right.
risks.
Could we talk to the risk of contaminated water entering the aquifer?
Through you, Chair. So as indicated in the video, we are measuring and monitoring water quality to understand what it is. It is proposed in the trial that there would be, because at this stage nothing has actually been put in. So all we've done is the design around the concept. And the proposal is, as part of the build or the trial process, is that we would monitor water quality before it was entered into the system. So that is what is part of the proposal. However, Chair, it's probably more helpful if I come back with more detail around what that looks like, in terms of what that testing regime would look like, and the process by which it enters the system and how that testing would occur. So that
Is it helpful for you to speak to actually what we're looking to approve today is not actually doing the doing, we're trying to understand that? Can you just speak to that? So this next stage is further progressing the research into the trial and taking us, so the point that we needed to address 12 months ago or 10 months ago was our ability to get consent, and consent was conditional on mana whenua support, and that went through as part of the consent process. This next stage is about designing what that extraction point in the base of the stream could look like, and understanding what that design would be, and at that point, what are the testing interventions that we would require in that extraction point to address the concerns that you've raised around the quality of the water being put into the aquifer must be as equal to or better than what is already existing in the aquifer.
I can't, but there you've made a change and they haven't been updated, and there seems to be,
I think, Michelle, maybe I can help you out. I'm just catching Mr. Apadu's eyes that perhaps we build that into the resolution, that is part of absolutely the next step. In fact, I think we've heard that really clearly. We do not want to progress anywhere until we are comfortable that mana whenua are completely supported. No, absolutely, it's really important. And perhaps, Māori, I'm going to go to Neil, Councillor Curtin, with a question. Could you help us craft some words to add to the resolutions so that that's really explicit? If you have a little think about that. Sorry, we'll go, while you're thinking, we'll go to Councillor
just a point of clarification, Richard. What we're looking to do is to replicate a natural process that the same process occurs and the same potential for contamination arises in the natural course of events. And this is testing what the veracity of that is. So it's not, if you like, an artificial process as such. It's simply replicating what's happening already. Is that a fair reflection of
that is absolutely. Thank you, Councillor.
And this, the decision ahead of us today is around just understanding that better. It is not moving to.
Well, that's the point of the trial, isn't it?
Yes, we are in the trial. Councillor McIntosh, still in the questions.
Without labouring the point, Di, I think if I interpreted you correctly before, the original process had mana whenua support. That support remains, but in listening to Māori, there is additional mana whenua who are not supportive or at least have questions. And so my question, to me, that's just sort of in some ways completely normal. 100% of people aren't going to agree with something. So I'm unclear as to how we can progress if we have a situation where mana whenua has provided support. Some other mana whenua actually don't agree now.
Or could be wider community with the keep in mind Ruataniwha Dam has come alive in this time, so I think there will be a conversation to be had with that wider community.
Okay, well my point is we just need to be clear in obtaining mana whenua support, that we do have mana whenua support, and it seems to me in that case, and taking into account what you've just said, if there is Toki water storage come into the frame, okay, but we need to be clear that the support we're getting is support, and I don't see how we can have a situation where you get that support and another group comes into the mix a bit later and says, we don't agree. It's kind of...
So I think we'll wrap, there's no question there, is there?
No.
I think if we can wrap that into a very smartly worded resolution, who we've got an expert on hand who's crafting it for us behind you, Mr. Apatu, I think Tiwai is also on hand, that we could build that into our resolutions before we move them. Tiwai, would you like to come up and just sit with Mr. Apatu and help us craft some additional words for recommendations?
Okay, and through you, Chair, I think one thing that Kaitaku Rangatira, Māori Committee raised is that the process of undertaking cultural impact assessments is to identify mitigations that ensure there are mechanisms or tools that mana whenua can deploy to help them feel comfortable or to reduce those apprehensions around pieces of work that go through. So I think if I can work with Mr. Apatu to broaden out that recommendation, I'd appreciate it.
Do you want to do that now, or do you want to...
I'd like to give a little bit of insight in terms of how that's going to be framed up, because we've been talking about due diligence. And this is really about the mana whenua and taking an undertaking of due diligence to ascertain proper the mana whenua position, because there's been significant change just occurring. Look, I'm working right alongside of Tamati Pōkai whenua nowadays, and that's been a significant change. You know, we get into this paradox, who do you talk to? Is it Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi? Is it the Tai whenua? Is it Tamati Pōkai whenua? We are, and I'm continuing to forge this iwi partnership so that we're actually connected at the hip, and that you don't hear any offside that there's a voice lonely in the community is actually coming to the table, actually for me to espouse that. I couldn't get onto my link in the last couple of days in terms of the docs, but I did my own due diligence by calling a number of people over yesterday, last night and this morning, and it's reflecting a significant change has happened. That's how I posed it.
Right. Tiwai, are you able to capture that with some few words?
Due diligence, yep.
Tiwai, can you include due diligence in those words for Donna? Can we...
Madam Chair, we could come back to the recommendations for this if you'd like to later.
Yeah. Could we do that?
Work's being done.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we put you under a lot of pressure there, and I want to get it right. So
we could come back to the recommendations after lunch, even.
Thank you. That would actually be really great. Thank you, Councillor McEvoy, for raising it, and Mr. Apatu. With everybody's blessing, we might do that, give them a chance to get the wording correct. So we will be coming back after lunch through the recommendations and any further discussion following that, unless I think we can't really go into discussion without that wording and also the minutes. So with that said, Richard and Di, thank you very much. We will just pause the paper for now, and we will be moving on to the very exciting Lake Runanga floating wetland, which is item 6.1. So if we could call up.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. While the team are making their way forward, this was an opportunity, and councillors were invited out to Lake Runanga last year, or early this year, I think it was, to participate in a piece of work that was undertaken, led by the Between the Two Rivers Catchment Group, and it was the installation of a floating wetland on Lake Runanga. And so I would like to hand over to the team. This is an information as to what's possible, the potential of what can be done, and I think it's actually quite an exciting, another one of those tools in the kit that we have available to us. It's not the solution, but it is part of things that we can undertake to continue the improvement of our water quality. So through you, Chair, I'll hand over to Annabelle to lead the introductions.
Ata Maria, thanks everybody for your time this morning and for taking time out of the busy agenda to listen to this exciting kaupapa. So just to introduce everyone here, I've got Levi. Do you want to explain your connection to the project?
Yep, tēnā tātou. Ko Levi Walfa tōku nei ingoa. My connection is through our business, through our mahi in environmental restoration and supporting the kaupapa here around Runanga, but in particular around the hapu and the marae and the whānau. That's sort of where our roots are, that's where we base ourselves. And so, just we'll mihi to Mary, who's online means supporter, and I guess is with her mum. Aroha to the whānau. Engari, that's my connection to this, The hands and the feet, the ringa waiwai. Kia ora mai rā.
Kia ora, Nathan. Most of you around the table know who I am and what I do. I've been supporting the group with this and the kaupapa that's going on and providing that tactical side of things and the support to that catchment group.
And a huge mihi to Mary, who's online. She's joining us from Rotorua this morning, looking after her mum. She has been the absolute driving force behind this project, and she wears many different fortai in connection to the project, really. But particularly from the hapu, also from the catchment group and Runanga Marae itself. And we've also got Steph Howard here, who's from the Between the Two Rivers Catchment Collective, who's been absolutely instrumental as well.
Should Michelle come to the table? Steph, sorry?
She was keen not to.
I'm just the tea lady, I get told what to say.
Please do come up. But a face of B2R today. Thank you, Steph.
Thank you. So today we're just sharing information on the Floating Wetland Project, which is part of a much wider community-driven restoration project underway at Lake Runanga. And just to set the scene a little bit, so Lake Runanga is the taonga of Runanga Marae in Ngāti Mahuika Hapu. It's part of a network of a whole lot of really ecologically significant water bodies, lakes, shallow lakes and wetlands in the Omahu Fern Hill area. The wetlands around the lake cover quite a big area, but they're being really impacted by exotic willows, which have displaced a lot of indigenous vegetation and really caused a big loss of biodiversity. There's a number of water quality challenges, and Ariana, I should acknowledge too, is one of our amazing water quality scientists, who's given me some advice. And so one of the big issues with Runanga is legacy nutrients in the sediment, which will be part of the system for a long time. So in response to some of these challenges, Mana Whenua, the Between the Two Rivers Catchment Collective and other landowners have aspirations to preserve and restore the mauri of the lake itself and the wetlands around it. And just to do a little shout out to some of the reasons why it's such a special place, there's a whole bunch of threatened species that the wetlands support. So we've got swamp nettle up the top left, marsh willow herb, which is that beautiful little white flower, which is a native herb. And then there's a native liverwort that is quite common actually at the lake, but not common nationally, so that's pretty cool. And there's historic records of Mātapu, Heretaunga and Tuna from the lake itself. So massive potential, but some big challenges. Jump in with the next one.
Yeah, I borrowed these infographics, but just a little bit of chat about how floating wetlands work. They work a little bit different than most wetlands. They're very efficient at taking nutrients out of the water and improving water. So basically, all they are is a floating substrate. Unfortunately, natural materials don't work too long and last too long, so most of them are made out of artificial materials of some sort. They have a growing medium in them. And so what you plant, what we call wetland plants. So these plants are basically usually sedges, rushes, those kind of things. And they grow, their roots go down into that water system, and naturally plants need the nutrients, and plants take nutrients out. But really, the really cool part is those roots hanging in the water system create an ecology community of bacterias and all kinds of different living organisms. And that's the mechanism that we see the nutrient uptake and breakdown in is that community there. If those wetlands roots end up touching the bottom of the lake bottom, they won't be as effective. So we got to keep those up pretty high. They do require a little bit to go on. Just really quick, phosphorus removal they're really efficient at phosphorus removal, but when you start looking at the stats, you're like, oh, that's not much. But look at what the biomass, the algal biomass that we can remove out of these. Now, all these studies, let me pop on to the next one. All these studies are basically done in the temperate North American, European areas, which have a cold winter times here in our region here. We don't have the cold winters, so we could expect some more nutrient removals because those wetlands are viable throughout the year and removing nutrients. As Richard said, there are limitations to it. It's not a silver bullet, but it's an effective way to move nutrients out of water that is slow moving. And some of our lakes have water systems in there that water's going to be there for 80, 100 years before that turnaround. So it's an efficient way of removing it out. It works better when we have high phosphorus levels and that kind of thing, because that needs the phosphorus to move. There is a management aspect to these, which is one thing that people forget about. In the European, North American, that northern hemisphere, temperate hemisphere, they're removing that top vegetation once every 3 years. Probably down here, we're going to have to remove that vegetation once a year because what happens is systems mature and you need to reboot that system. They are costly to begin with, but when you look at the removal of total phosphorus, they're fairly cost effective. But again, there is that management level when you got to add that into the cost.
Cool. So what has happened at Runanga is in November last year, some floating wetlands were deployed on a really cool day with a bunch of us here in Omahu School. The wetland itself was donated by Atland Stormwater, and it's a modular design, so you can kind of move them around and configure them and pull bits out and stuff. So that's what's in the picture. It was a really great afternoon. The kids being Karakia as the wetlands were deployed and had fun getting themselves wet and dirty and stuff. And then for World Wetlands Day in February earlier this year, Between the Two Rivers and Lake Runanga Restoration had funding from the Westpac Water Care Project and support from New Zealand Care Trust to deploy a whole lot of more floating wetlands created from natural materials. So there were 9 that were constructed and installed using karakiki and bamboo and other materials. And it was done as a community day, so there was support from Ngāti Ngāhuika, the PA, Kia Aratika Academy. They were pretty awesome, lots of manpower. Hastings District Council and HBRIC, and I know he was there. And the students in whānau constructed the wetlands, so they braided the flax ropes and built the platforms and launch them out onto the lake. And there was a whole lot of discussion over the day around water quality and wetlands, and also connecting the community up to the lake, because a lot of people hadn't physically been there. So it was an amazing piece of logistical organisation that Mary really smashed out. And yeah, although as Nathan and Richard have alluded to, although they are an amazing tool, particularly for community engagement, and in this case, connecting up the community with the lake and the wetlands, there are some pretty big limitations, the maintenance that Nathan alluded to, but also the out in the environment and that wind and wave action, unfortunately has meant that only one of those community platforms did survive, and that's now submerged. So there's a lot of challenges to work through, but a lot of learning along the way and a lot of lessons that can be taken out of it. And as Steph has talked about a lot, it was intended as a trial to kind of, like these pretty big challenges if you don't want to put more plastic out and use those pre-made wetlands. But they're still going to be buoyant enough, they're going to handle all the manu at the lake, landing on them and creating all that weight. So it's a challenging space. For lakes like Runanga, where you've got that really high nutrient concentration, the scale of these wetlands that you need to deploy to make a measurable difference is huge, and then you're going to need a resource consent. And so really, without addressing the catchment scale challenges and the nutrient inputs, which of course is being done in this case, that impact on water quality is challenging. And if your main driver is biodiversity, these kind of wetlands are never going to have the structure and functioning and diversity of a natural system. So it's just really important to be clear on your goals and understand some of the limitations. But that kind of leads on to what Levi is going to talk about, that this is part of a much larger conservation action plan.
We did a bit of mahi, quite a bit of mahi out at the sanctuary, out at Cape Sanctuary, and one of the kōrero that we took away really strongly was mahi like this requires four legs to the stool. Hapu, community, landowners and government. And in terms of how this has been moved through, Mary has been really critical in ensuring that each part of those are held really strongly. Our days with the kids are around pulling in not only our hapu kids but our community kids, and ensuring that we reshape the narrative that has been passed on to them. What is there should not always be. We can do better. And that goes on to reshape the understanding of our community, like a bunch of our nans who go, that's the home of our tuna. All of those willows, all of the roots there, that's their home. It's like, it doesn't need to be the only home that our taonga can know. There can be more. In terms of pulling in the likes of Annabelle and our council and our doc whānau is critical in terms of pulling in a bunch of expertise and knowledge around how we do this stuff better, not just from how we're doing it here at home, but how it's been done elsewhere. And pulling in our landowners in particular. This needs to survive alongside and with our landowners. And so in terms of our next steps, we'll be continuing with the expansion of the program to essentially remove the willows, slowly kill off what isn't serving us and putting in what is good. So there'll be planting plans in there. But alongside that, as we remove what's bad and try to put in what's good, as we build habitat, so too will come all of those sweet, beautiful things, our taonga that will be preyed on. And so there's predator control plans that we've built with Mary, with Annabelle, with the whānau, and I guess, we'll mihi to Steph and their mahi in terms of the catchment groups that continue to pull together our communities and our landowners. So our next steps are around, we've got a bit of a plan for planting, got a bit of a plan for predator control, but we need the landowners. They're going to be there for a good while, So let's support them to be able to do this mahi on their whenua. So yeah, we've got a couple of workshops coming up. One is to support and bring them on the journey. We need them to buy into this. We need them to own this. This is around them and their whānau, their whenua that's at place. And then start to upskill them. We can establish, we can set up, and we can start to take forward, but at no point should any of us be here forever and a day. And so, yeah, trying to build into that, the succession, passing on to landowners, passing on to our kids, passing on to our community and our whānau. So, yeah, those are some of our next steps that are going forward. Yeah, we're fortunate that, yeah, Mary is always keen to come back in. And so, yeah, we've got her locked in for the next states when, yeah, she'll be able to leave mum safely. And then come in and, yeah, we've got the wool shed or got some of the neighbours lined up to host us. Yeah, Steph and her crew have been instrumental in making sure that, you know, all of those kōrero are happening behind the scenes, and we're sort of hitting it from all sides, really. And then, yeah, we have a bunch of our pou, not just Nathan, but we've got a couple of others that we call on in terms of the ecologists and specialists that are able to feed in from all the different aspects. So, yeah, those are sort of some of our close aspirations that we're just working towards for the next couple of years.
Yeah, so lots more to come, hopefully.
I think we got it all, Mary?
Aroha mai, Mary. Did you want to say anything, Mary?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. No, my team was really good. They're awesome. That was amazing. Thank you, fellas, very much.
And obviously a big thank you to you and Godspeed with your mother. This feels like my cup doth overfloweth.
Yeah.
What a beautiful kaupapa, and I'm so thrilled to see all of this network working together from the children right through to our rangatahi, right through to our experts and the people who live at place and the farmers. Congratulations, it's a fabulous piece of work.
So that movement.
I think we might go straight to the recommendation and then just move questions, just have questions and comments all in one. So yes, if you'd like to move the recommendation.
Yep.
Yes, so
yes.
By Councillor Cookins, and can we have a seconder to move and receive? We'll go with Mr. Upto. Thank you, and yes, would you like to speak?
Oh, just emphasise how much of a great community day it was. I was very impressed with Te Ara Tika Academy. It was awesome hanging out with these young rangatahi and all the different community connection and working with sustainability. It was a brilliant day, really. Yeah, very impressed.
Beautiful. Mr. Upton.
And also I'd like to just commend the restoration project and the moimoia that's going behind one of these very significant roto, Runanga, along with Oingo, all Hitiats in the immediate area. Also, just to acknowledge the statement around the natural media that's being used, Nathan, in thinking that through you've given a pretty good insight in terms of cost as opposed to what would naturally be able to contribute towards that restorational growth, because really basically we're picking up on, unfortunately, a sinkhole that's retained quite a bit of nutrients, and it's so wonderful that the community is coming together and picking up on one of these really outstanding wetlands in our backyard. Kia ora.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah.
Did you want to, did I see Michelle? And then we'll come to Jock.
I just noted and hear about the Canadian geese, and I know in my studies the Canadian geese, they're a pool for Campylobacter. It's even good for human health, so we need to get rid of them. But the other thing I remember in our wastewater journey back home, we did go to Waipakarau, and they had floating wetlands there. And I do recall that you have to maintain, just keep on trimming them, I think top and bottom as well, but they had plastic, I think there was some sort of floating. It didn't work in that circumstance, because we were looking at it, because you look at anything natural, but that was because they had industrial waste in there as well. But I also looked at your how you had the floating wetlands, and it's been a while ago, I thought driftwood, because it floats, and it's more sort of, it comes from this area, the bamboo. But, ka pai and using the harakeke, trying to use the natural resources you've got there, so ka pai and ngā mahi. I'm just looking at the picture there, and I can see where the contribution of the nutrients is coming from. So I hear you talking about how you've got to work with the farmers, but I see there's a good riparian margin there as well. So kia ora, thank you. Always love Kyle Mahi, and I've seen him before, and there's also the whale man as well, him and the sail.
Fantastic. Councillor McIntosh.
No, I didn't have.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hokianga.
Ka pai kia ora tātai. Tēnā koutou e whakatau mai o koutou kitinga. Roto mai o tēnei mahere rautaki tēnā koutou. Tēnā koe Mary, o tira ko ngā reanga o tō māma, ka hoki mahara mai au ki ngā tuki o te wā, rā ko whaia waipā tētahi, ko whaia mauna tētahi, o roto mai te reanga o tō māma, me tō rātou aroha ngā kaunui ki ngā roto, rā, ko Runanga, ko Oingo, te katoa o ngā kaupapa o te wai, ko noho tata ki te ngākau o koutou o ngā timahuika, tēnā koutou. Just quickly, I just want to acknowledge the work that's been done and the findings. I think the findings that you've been able to present here today, but also a wayfinding outlook based on the findings that you presented. So I think that's wonderful, great work. And to hear Levi, you sort of pointing out the four-legged stool there, that's really, really important. And it's important for a number of reasons. And one of the things that I sort of picked up is that there's this, obviously there's the nutrients that's feeding this, and we're trying to address that particular thing and being able to ensure that the landowners are part of that conversation all the way through. However, I did note that there was some of the comparisons or looking at the research and the outcomes or findings of some of the stuff that happened in America, and we're adjusting some of those things to suit the climate and the environment that Runanga or the lands around, in and around, provide. The 80 to 100 year comment that you made in relation to where we might start to see some progress, but the comparison that you said is that we've got a different climate. We've got a different climate here. Do you think that would still apply, the 80 to perhaps 100 years?
It was sort of, I'm not sure what Runanga is, but a lot of our lakes will hold water for 80 to 100 years. So that nutrient-enriched water sits there for 80 to 100 years. Tūtea is a classic example. So the reason for the floating wetlands is a way of removing those nutrients out of the water to reduce that flush, is to reduce that time that those nutrients are in there that it would take to remove those nutrients. So the floating wetlands are basically there to remove the nutrients out of the water because we don't have a flushing rate, a high flushing rate in those lakes. So basically we're not relying on that flushing rate of new water coming in to do it. We're using those wetlands to pull those nutrients and break down those nutrients in that lake system. So we can go from this nutrient-rich lake to reducing to a moderate to low nutrient lake in less time than it would take if we let natural processes take place. I mean, we are using natural process, but yeah.
Not the flushing. And final question to Councillor.
Kia ora, well, he kōrero tēnei. He mihi kauatukia koutou ngā ringa raupa, ko Ngāti Pārau, ngai tahuahi, e mihi atu kia koutou ki te hapu noho tata mai. Nā reira, tēnā koutou. Just acknowledging all the mahi, especially it's close to home. It's just down the road from us. So just a huge acknowledgement for all the mahi done. I mean, really happy to support the vision going forward. Kia ora.
It's exciting, definitely. So we have a recommendation on the table to note and receive. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? No nay. It's carried. Thank you very much, team. And that takes us to our final paper for the morning, which is the experiment to remove Chilean needle grass 6.2. And we've got Matt?
No, sorry.
Sorry. Change? Who have we got coming?
Good morning, Chair. I'd like to welcome Mark Mitchell to the front to introduce this paper and also introduce one of our online speakers. Just in introducing this, Chair, I'd like to draw your attention to the underlying, message with this paper, and that's very much around council working differently to solve pathways for the community. So whilst there is a technical element to this, and we will hear strong representation from the technical element, the thing that I think is quite inspirational in this piece of work is that it is a combination of the community, council, the gravel extractors and researchers working together to find a better solution than what could have been possible if we hadn't have done anything, if we just actually used our normal tools in the toolbox, which was to use a regulatory approach in terms of how we actually manage it. And I guess I'd just like to present that and draw that as the key message here, is around the various parties working together to get a better outcome than what we would have had if we hadn't have. So with that, I'll introduce Mark. Matt Short was scheduled to speak this morning, but unfortunately Matt is home with unwell family, so cannot be here. So we're very fortunate to have our Principal Advisor, Biosecurity, Biodiversity, Mark Mitchell, step in and cover for Matt this morning. So I'd just also like to acknowledge the biomanagement team who support both the previous paper and this paper as well.
Absolutely. And I know that Council will want to dig in with some questions over this, so if we can keep, welcome Chris online, and we'll keep it, if we can keep your part 15 minutes, is that right?
Yep. I'm not sure if you heard that, Chris. We'll try and keep our bit to 15 minutes to allow questions. So I'll just really quickly introduce the paper. So firstly, yes, it is a shame that Matt couldn't make it today because he was instrumental in getting this over the line. So really quickly, CNG was discovered in the tuki along the berms and unfortunately within the active channel itself. Council had to respond to that risk, and that was largely through restricting gravel extraction. This was really challenging for all involved, including the staff at the time, and took a lot of staff time to try and actively manage this. And then Gabrielle came along and further exacerbated the issue. So we really needed a solution, and so we worked with Agritech, who pulled a proposal together, but the stumbling block was funding. Very challenging to find that. So working closely with industry, certainly like to acknowledge Te Kakino contractors, alongside Mobile Screening and Crushing Limited, for their assistance. We couldn't have done it without them, alongside partnering with other regional councils who also chipped in to make this happen. So, and the results, hopefully you've seen in the paper, are pretty exciting. So Chris Buddenhagen from Bioeconomy Science is here just to talk through some more specifics about the research itself. So Chris, are you able to hear us? And
Yep.
Cool.
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
And you can see my presentation slide?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks for inviting me to speak on this fun project that we did with you guys. It's interesting just to see how everything's connected, invasive species, water, rivers, it's all coming together here. And just wanted to mention that next week is Biosecurity Week, and the regional councils and the Biosecurity Institute are looking to celebrate some of that. So as was mentioned just now, Chilean needlegrass has been spreading along the Waiatai River and in different farms in Hawke's Bay, and it's on the regional pest management plan. And it's a important threat to livestock welfare because of the sharp seeds that can get into their coat and even get into their eyes and things. So it's a concern for farmers. And we did put up a proposal that was a lot more expensive than the one that we finally got through before COVID and before the flooding. And there was the idea that this would be done kind of in link with extracting gravel for flood control. And that didn't happen. Cyclone Gabrielle happened, and then we got a new proposal in. So this is the, I don't know if you can you see my mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is the site on the Waipawa and the where the contractor was, and there's Chilean needlegrass up here, and so it was pretty close to a known infestation. We actually did the study in two sites. There was also a river, the Selwyn River, and on the South Island. And so the main two people who we were working with in terms of the regional council was Hawke's Bay and Canterbury, and they both have a lot of extraction from braided rivers. So we tested two different treatments. One was just crushing the seed using the standard equipment that contractors use to process river gravels, and the other one was screening and then crushing. And this happened last year. Because we didn't want to spread seeds or go through the effort of collecting Chilean needlegrass, we used a bunch of weed proxies that are actually you can buy a seed for. So we had brown top and lotus and various things, and the thing that was the closest to Chilean needlegrass was prairie grass, and we spike 120,000 seeds into each 4 to 5 cubic meter rep. So that's the seed bucket with all the seeds mixed together, and I'm dumping it into the machine there, and so each rep is 5 tons of gravel. This is kind of the biggest, heaviest scientific work I've ever been involved in. And this is the machine, and in the crush only experiment, we would only have things coming out here, but when we have sieving, they come out on these little conveyor belts. And so in this case, when it gets sieved, the gravel and the seeds come out, and so they are basically, most of the seeds come out onto these different stacks of gravel that are different sizes, and then the main thing that they sell is this M440, which is used in construction of roads and civil engineering and that kind of thing. And the one in Hawke's Bay was an impact crusher. This is our team here, and we took all the samples back to our glass house. And so we're sampling each pile of gravel to track it. And this red one machine here is a cone crusher, which is a different kind of machine, and that was the one at the Selwyn River. And so the main result is that if you screen and then crush, only 0.1%, 99.99% of the seeds die. But if you just crush it, more than a quarter survive. So the way that we tracked it is we took the gravel back and grew it out in the glass house to see what would emerge. And we compared the crush only to the screen and then crush treatment. And in the crush only experiment, I've highlighted in yellow the percent of seeds of the prairie grass, which is the closest in terms to Chilean needlegrass, which was the kind of impetus for the study. So, that did survive the crush-only experiment, but not the sieving and then crushing. But in the sieved material, of course, all the seeds come through and survive. Lots of seeds come through and survive. And so this is the counts per tray that we planted out. If you want a kind of visual, this is, well, you can imagine this is the screened fine, so you see a bunch of seedling coming up in there. And then the screened, slightly bigger material. And then this is the screened and then crushed material where you barely see anything. You don't see any seedlings. And this is the crushed only. You can see there's a small number surviving. So this is the kind of thing that you see. So it's a pretty self-explanatory study. It still required a lot of work and to do, and involved a lot of kind of big cooperation with these people who run these massive machines. So it was pretty cool. So the main conclusion is that screening before crushing reduces the risk of weed seed contamination in screened and crushed aggregate parts. At risk are not reduced to zero, but they're very low. Crushed, unscreened aggregate is still a risk. It would be unacceptable if you had high-risk weeds in your garden. And a separate point is that actual braided river seed bank sizes are not well known. So it's really variable. And we didn't get any we did have an untreated sample, and we didn't detect any Chilean needlegrass in it, and seed numbers were really low. But you can imagine it varying by depth, time, season. So it's not necessarily that informative of what we saw, but it's definitely understood issue, the actual seed banks and the river gravel. So I just wanted to say thanks to all the people who supported it, and the Environment Fund and the different councils that came together to help fund the project. And as mentioned, mobile screening, and Doug Brightwell, contractors helped a lot. And I thought it was funny because we had two people who work with gravel, and they were both named Doug on both islands. And they dig rocks, a funny coincidence. Anyway, that's my presentation. Thanks very much. I hope that was short enough.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
So fantastic, and actually another great example, other than the experiment itself, but of partnership to work together towards an outcome and discovering what will and what won't. We will open for questions for either Chris or for Mark. Will try and help us out. So questions for our presenters. Such a fantastic. We'll have to go with Councillor Koklinski.
Unexpectedly, I'll have a question about
Good.
gravel. Well, I see the gravel extractions are generally restricted below section 48 at the Tongata. So I'm just wondering, and that's to feed the coast. So has there been any studies on how long it takes for the gravel to actually reach the coast?
I'm on biosecurity.
Yeah, so you're not going to know.
Really answer that. Apologies, but
maybe Chris, would you know?
Yeah, so look, we do studies around the travel time, and we do annual surveys of where that gravel's at.
We could be having a coffee.
So, so that information does exist, but obviously not part of this presentation today.
But maybe would you be able to fill Councillor Koklinski and just offline?
Just some high,
that'd be cool.
Some high level stuff. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor McIntosh.
Would you do a sort of mini experiment to determine that actual Chilean needlegrass seeds perform in the same way as the seed you use?
Yeah, I mean, that was the idea. We really wanted to use CNG seed itself, but it became incredibly complex, mainly because of the Biosecurity Act, and the germination process was done up in Hamilton, requiring all sorts of sign-offs alongside having to clean that crushing machine with knowingly putting seed through it. So there were challenges, and that's why we went through the using the placebo seeds. If funding allowed, we would love to, but it's a question back to funding, specifically for Chilean needlegrass. Yeah.
I would say that we had harder seeds, smaller seeds, and bigger seeds, all of which didn't survive the most effective treatment. So as long as you're in that realm, you're fine. The seed bank of Chilean needlegrass lasts 7 years. But river conditions are different. They're wet and they have at different depths, different things are happening. So I really don't think there is a need to repeat it because the conclusions are really strong for all the different types of seed. And we're kind of considering all the possibilities, and we put in hundreds of thousands of seeds, so the survival rate is that low with a really good number of seeds in each of the treatments. So I feel like we've covered our bases. At least it's a pretty solid conclusion. So I'm pretty convinced by the results. I actually thought more would survive.
Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, I've got a question for Chris, because you have got a bit more knowledge of the contracting industry. The identified area where we have got needlegrass, do you think the treatment that we need to apply to actually get that very good result, would that be feasible for our industry?
So I think we haven't yet tested it with industry, but I think this is very pleasing research because for a long time we've been looking for solutions for dealing with the Chilean needlegrass. This has demonstrated that processing works, and I think we're reporting the outcome of the experiment, so to speak, and there's a few other steps that we can take before we operationalise this information. And one of those is actually informing industry of these opportunities. And so I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. Not every contractor is going to have this type of equipment, and not every use is crushed and screened. But it opens up the door wider than what it was. So it's good news.
Subsequent question. Do you think with the biosecurity risk of Chilean needlegrass, will we be able to actually give consenting limitations of removing out of those areas where we've identified that we've got Chilean needlegrass, that we could give them consenting in the future? And I know it's too early to speak, but I'm just thinking hypothetical because I'm looking for outcomes rather than a lovely report. I like to see outcomes. Do you think we can actually then wrap consenting conditions around removal of that gravel out of that particular identified area?
Yeah, so Mark might be able to add, but certainly we have a CAN notice there now which outlines what needs to happen. So one option is the CAN notices could be amended, and I guess it's got to be accepted by the team as a biosecurity control, and then because we need to go through a process for that, then we need to communicate with our contracting industry. But certainly there's options to look at the CAN, and then there's also options to look at the consent, if that can replace the CAN. So that needs to be worked through. What is the right statutory sort of mechanism?
Yep.
And then it will come down to monitoring that contractors are doing the work that they need to do. It may not remove activities such as washing down equipment if it's to be reused in another location. So it will go a long way, but it doesn't go all of the way. And I think certainly we need to respond to this new information on how we operationalise it. So there's multiple ways, and we can come back with how that would work. But
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add to that is in the next steps, so we are working with the asset management group. The engineers have identified specific areas that could have extraction, and so that allows us to work with them. Naturally, biosecurity is only one element. There's a lot of other things governing gravel extraction as well. So this now opens the door to be able to effectively extract from those areas and manage the risk. So it's good news, yeah.
Mark, I think I can hear some shouting from Central Hawke's Bay. Everybody's yahooing and singing in the streets that this could potentially unlock significant ability to extract larger quantities of gravel out of those rivers, which could be good news. But my question to you, with your hat on as biosecurity, is the 99.9% efficiency, the removal of it, is that an acceptable outcome? Would that be accepted as good to go?
Alongside other measures, absolutely. So, I mean, if we were to survey the sites where extraction is to happen and no visible CNG plants and seed are there on site, it gives you more confidence as well, right? Alongside then the biosecurity washdown procedures and whatnot. 99.9% is, I think, more than reasonable, yes.
Okay.
And given the actual, as Chris pointed out, it was 0%
harder
for the actual seeds closest to Chilean needlegrass.
Yes.
So
following that through then, Chris, you've just spoken about how we would then operationalise that. So I think we've seen there's always natural tendencies to get a bit ahead of ourselves and our contractors also in the excitement of getting the gravel out. What would be the pathway for this experiment to move into being operationalised, so that we can have some assurance and some confidence that our contractors are doing both pieces? So it's not just, well, it's actually the three pieces, isn't it? You've got the screening, the crushing, and then you've got the biosecurity washdown type measures. How would we kind of create that pathway? Maybe that's a acting CE's request.
Yeah. So look, the first thing is we need to make a specific decision from a biosecurity perspective, and we've indicated how that decision will go, but we still need to go through the due diligence and documentation to make sure that's correct. Then we have to consider probably the right mechanism to control the risk, so that's either through the CAN or through a consent amendment. So I think there's some work to do there. And then there's work to communicate with our contracting industry. So that's really the pathway forward, and I think, it would take probably 3 to 4 months to work through that sort of process. We also need to make sure that we can monitor, because we still have control activities that need to occur, such as washing down machinery and all of that sort of stuff. So we need to make sure we've got adequate things in place for that monitoring to occur. So it's very good news. We can work through how we operationalise it, and really that would take probably a minimum of 3 months to achieve.
So what I'm hearing is that by spring, the singing in the streets of Central Hawke's Bay will be well justified, potentially.
Yep, good news, but it's a good opportunity that we are still removing gravel out of the Upper Tukituki scheme, and so this is additional to the work that's already
and further to that, so the restrictions are only below the Patangata Bridge.
Yes,
so
it's
only part of the piece of the puzzle. And at the next step, sort of outline how we're going to approach that, working with the asset management team and inviting contractors to extract in certain areas. So
right.
The next step's already in action.
Right. So would there be an action here that we will be hearing something back in due course that will say, ta-da, we've got to hear? How would we see that again?
Yeah, well, I'll leave it to Richard to answer that.
How would we see that again?
Through your chair, I would just for process, would like to separate. This is a feasibility report back at this stage. So in order to activate that next stage and even consideration of what next stage, perhaps officers would develop a what does next stage look like report and lay that out so that we're more accurate with our timing and assumptions as to how this might roll out, just at the risk of creating expectations of the communities as a result of this feasibility that we just need to lay that out.
Yes, so we're very clear this is just an experiment which is indicating some good results. However, given that we don't have another environmental committee meeting until November, how would we get some visibility that things are working before spring? Because I know there's some. How would that come back?
So Chair, I think we can provide an update through the council. This is a very topical issue. It's central to our maintenance of our major schemes, and so there's, I think, an opportunity to bring through an update. So we'll reflect.
We make that as an action that we'll get it back in some timely fashion.
Yep.
Can you put that down? Right, we have a motion.
Can I say one thing before I go? Can I say one thing before I go? Sorry.
No, thank you.
I can say that two things that stood out for me is that the screen products are not, the screened material is normally a product, so, and that's not undesirable in this case, so you need to manage that. And then the other thing is the season is really important, so the farther you are away from when the plants produce seed in the year, the better. So you would have mortality of seeds in that period. So later in the season would be probably a good mitigation as well. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And I guess both those will be part of what you would be looking at to bring back. So we have a recommendation just to receive and to note. Could we have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Van Baker's in first. Puts the second. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment. If you read the report, it's not just only Chilean needlegrass. There will be other pests and pest seeds in the future that will end up in our rivers, and that actually can be removed by this as well. So it's not just a one-trick pony. It actually will hopefully be a tool in the future for us to use. True. So thank you very much for doing the work. Thank you.
Councillor Kowinski, would you like to speak?
Yeah, and in regard to number 33 in the discussion, we have to bear in mind that 95% of the seed in Hawke's Bay that survived was actually in the fines, which is usually just a waste product. So that's quite important for, there's 52 contractors, I think that's right, 52 contractors out there that are removing shingle across Heretaunga and Central Hawke's Bay. So that they'll love this. That's incredible.
But we will need to be really careful about managing those.
Highly
contagious.
And the only seed that did survive really is quite small seed like brown top, really. Whereas needlegrass is about 7 mil.
Any other comments? With that, I'll put the motion to the table. Those in favour of noting and receiving, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, please say nay. Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for joining us, and Matt for picking up the baton. Thank you. And that takes us to our lunch for today, our lunch break. Just noting that when we come back after lunch, we will have the resolution from the earlier paper on the decision item, including the mana whenua concerns there. So thank you for crafting that up for us. And we will have over lunch, we will have the minutes from the meeting from the 11th to cast your eye over, ready to approve also. So working lunch, whānau. So yes, if we're in break now, could we invite someone to bless our kai, please? Nobody's looking at me.
Oh, let's do it, eh?
Thank
Just
you.
stand on behalf of you. You can so sit. I wai whakapai e nei mātou kai ai. Oranga mō tātou tīnana whangaia te taro o te ora i roti te hau. Oranga te tātou tīnana hene ngaro wairo mō mātou. Āmene.
And so half an hour break, so we expect you back by 22.
22.
Back to our after lunch session for the Environment Committee for Hawke Bay Regional Council. I hope you are feeling nourished and refreshed after your short break. We are going to start the session by returning to the paper, which is 5.1, the Central Hawke's Bay Managed Aquifer Recharge. This paper was discussed this morning. We have had a fulsome presentation and discussion and questions, and we are up to the resolutions, which we were asked to reshape or had some additions before we move to them as a motion. So the one for Donna has got them ready for your viewing. Except it doesn't like this plug. When it likes the plug. So thank you to Mr. Apatu and to Councillor McElroy for their questions, and to Te Wairama for crafting that up for us. Here we go. Okay, so we have recommendations 1 through 4, which is we're receiving the paper, which we saw this morning, that we're agreeing about doesn't trigger engagement. And then number 3, approves progression of the Central Hawke's Bay Managed Aquifer Recharge, the MAR pilot project, to the next staged gate phase. So keep in mind, it is not into delivery, it is just the next phase of an exploration, to study, subject to landowner support, mana whenua engagement to confirm current position, and council's required financial contribution being confirmed. So that's the addition there. And then, of course, notes that this approval does not authorise the construction or moving into that construction expenditure. So, was there anybody who would like to move?
Well, Madam Chair, just a note about the use of the word approves, given the status of this committee. My view is that the word should be recommended. Yes. Because it's recommendation to council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Donna. Yes, well spotted. Vision. With that amendment, are you happy to move?
I'm happy to move.
1 to 4.
Can I just ask a question first?
Please. You may.
About number 3. Yes. So I thought that mana whenua agreement had already been sought.
So this is just confirming it, as that was.
Didn't our officers confirm that? Or is there something in addition?
Through you, Chair, I guess, through you, Chair, the information that we've got at the moment is that the cultural impact assessment was undertaken at the first stage of the project, which was 3-4 years ago. And the mana whenua agreement has been received, which has been part of the consent process. However, in this morning's discussion, obviously there is thoughts and sentiments from the community as to the degree to which that information is appropriate. So we'll need to being asked to go back and confirm that what has been provided is actually correct.
Okay. Can we have a seconder, please, for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Waiatai. So we have a motion on the table. Is there any need for further discussion? I feel like we've traversed this, but
well, I think
we'll go back to the first and second to speak, and then we'll see how we go.
Well, just very briefly, I don't want to hold the proceedings up, as you know, Madam Chair. Look, it is important that we progress this trial. It's an important part of our, if you like, overall water security program, and we simply must get on with it. You realise 2040 is not far away. We've got to get along and make very substantial progress. We're short of tens of millions of cubic metres of water.
25 million was in my opening address.
That it was, Madam Chair, well done. And so we really do need to make good progress. This is a trial. It's a trial that invokes natural processes. And I think along the way, across all of the water security program, we're going to have to make some compromises in terms of previous perceptions of water, how it's used, and how we extract from the environment in the safest possible way progress in achieving that goal. It is going to take some compromise. There will be counter views, but at the end of the day, we've got to make our minds up as to what we want. Do we want more water, or do we want to stay still or go backwards? That's where I sit, and very happy to support the trial going forward, so that we know more about the environment, we know more what we need to care about, and make sure we restore the aquifer and our rivers to a much better state. So that's what this is about, Madam Chair.
Councillor Waiatai.
No, I'm very happy with the response from Richard, and also the removal of the word approves into recommendations, so happy to second.
Any further comments?
Comment, Chair, in terms of the strength of recommendations, does staff perceive this well enough for Kanoa, the funder? Is it strong enough to proceed with the project?
It's strong enough for us to proceed through to the next stage.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, I shall put the motion on the table then, 1 through to 4 with those amendments as we've seen. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The motion is carried. Thank you. We hadn't heard that one yet. We had hoped to confirm the minutes from the Environment Committee on the 11th of March. However, they are still coming, so we will skip over to that and move us straight into our first paper for this afternoon, which is the Heretaunga Water Storage Feasibility Report back. And so welcome Amanda and Sam. You'd like to come through, and Richard I'm going to introduce.
Thank you, Chair, and as Amanda and Zan come forward, I just was keen to share as an opening to this paper, and also I guess it also helps support the next paper. It's talking about water as a strategic economic asset for Hawke's Bay. So as the Chair mentioned this morning, the importance of water to Hawke's Bay is significant. It contributes, Hawke's Bay generates approximately $8.1 billion in regional GDP, which is 3% of New Zealand's total. And the role of agriculture, horticulture, viticulture and food processing form the backbone of that of our economy. Approximately 138 million cubic metres of water used annually across the region, and around 64% of that is of total water use is by agriculture and horticulture. So it's what I was keen to do, Chair, is to provide the context in terms of the value of water. Value created by secure water access enables high value land use, such as pip fruit, viticulture and vegetable production. It supports export growth, processing, investment, confidence and skilled employment. But importantly, underlying all of this is actually the importance to our communities in terms of not only the health and well-being of our communities, but it provides that future prosperity as well. So I'm just trying to ensure that in this suite of water-related papers that we're discussing this afternoon, that we have it in the context of the importance to our regional economy, the importance to our communities and their future well-being, this balance between supply and demand, and our ongoing need to actually maintain the health of our fresh water as well. So again, it's providing that underlying reason why we are doing this as a regional council, and why it's important to our communities. So with that, I would like to introduce, obviously, Amanda and Zan, who needs no introduction, to take us through the Heretaunga Water Storage project.
All right. Hey, well, look, I'll start off. We probably do need introduction just because there's visitors and there's quite a number of new faces around the table. Firstly, thank you very much for inviting us back. It's good to be back, even if it's on the wrong end of the table, but there we go. It's a matter of choice. Look, first of all, introduction. So, Zan Harding, Tokuingawa. I'm a grape grower based in Bridge Pa. I'm here as the chair of Heretaunga Water Storage Limited. I come to that position by way of being a representative, one of two representatives, the shareholder representatives for the project through Heretaunga Sustainable Water Incorporated. So that's me.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks for having us back. Amanda Langley. I've been involved with water security since back in 2019-2020 when this council put a program of work up for co-funding with through to PGF and successfully secured that and ramped up the work in this space across 3 different areas, one being your regional water assessment and then across the storage in both looking at managed aquifer recharge, you see down Central Hawke's Bay, and this Heretaunga Water Storage in Heretaunga. So I am now fully ensconced in Heretaunga Water Storage as the Chief Operating Officer with Heretaunga Water Storage Limited. This is our first report back to you as funders, essentially as a private entity now outside of the council. So delighted to be here. Thank you.
Kia ora. So look, I'll just give a few scene-setting remarks and then Amanda will just give a quick overview of the project again for newbies and then get into reporting our progress. So look, the reason why we're here can be sheeted back to a range of work that's been done in the past on water storage operations, opportunities for the Heretaunga Plains. And probably the larger catalyst was the regional water assessment based on the 2020 year, which indicated that by 2040, the region would be short around 25 million cubic metres of water. And that's a mid-range projection that already assumes cumulative 1% per annum efficiency, so it's not a status quo, but it's indicating that the project increasing usage and the impact of climate change, that water demand will only grow. So the response to the council at the time was to look at measures including storage, and so this project got underway. It was transferred after a period of time in the last trimester. It was determined that the best place for this to sit was with the users, the commercial water users, and so it successfully transferred out of the council to the commercial operation at the end of last year. But why it matters is that Hawke's Bay is summer dry. Most of that summer dry is, and certainly in terms of population and GDP, lies in the Heretaunga Plains. So we're talking about water storage as one of a number of levers to pull to support 85% of our regional GDP and 80% of our population. That matters. So when we talk about regional water shortage, we are looking really fair and square at the Heretaunga Plains. So any levers that are going to be pulled need to be focused on that. Okay. So what is our project? It would store around about 27 million cubic metres, usable 24.5 million cubic metres of water on Māori Stream, on a dam on Māori Stream, which is a few kilometres downstream of the cableway of Whanawhana, so it's downstream of the demarcation point for the potential the water conservation order. Yeah. Okay. So it really matters. We're at the feasibility stage. This is about testing the ability to build the dam in technical terms, to be able to consent it, and then to be able to fund it. And we really think about it doing it in that order. So we'll get into the detail.
Thanks, Anne. Look, I'll just do a quick recap for some of you on whanawhana and on the storage. We'll rip through this pretty quickly, but do feel free to ask any questions. If there's gaps in this, I am assuming that the majority of you know this broadly. Then I'll cap into some of the areas that I think are going to be a little bit more of interest to you. Sorry, would you mind just going back to the agenda for 1 second? Sorry. That being around the purpose of the project, just reassurance. This project obviously initiated under HBRIC. You, I expect, are interested to make sure that the purpose, the goals remain aligned with how this has initiated under a new commercial entity. A quick update on the entity itself and how that is performing, and just a reminder of that structure. And obviously you are a funder through feasibility. So I just wanted to give you a quick update as to feasibility, how we're progressing, and again, some reassurance that we're not going to be coming back cap in hand seeking more funding from you. So you may have, I expect, other areas that you're interested in. Feel free to ask questions through that, but those are the 3 areas that I thought probably would be of most interest. And just a quick recap also on what we're committed to under HWSL. So why whanawhana? Zan spoken to the importance of Heretaunga. Heretaunga, as we know, through regional water assessment, there is a projected supply deficit, and that supply deficit will disproportionately hit the Heretaunga. When we talk about this scheme, we are not just talking about an irrigation scheme. We are talking about Napier, we're talking about Hastings Municipal Supply. Both of these cities take their water from the Heretaunga Aquifer. Heretaunga Aquifer is a significant superpower for this region. It's been the source of reliable, accessible water for a really high value horticulture, viticulture, vegetable growing region. But we all know the flip side of too much water is too little water, and we're hearing a lot of news of an El Nino, and I expect that there's many growers and communities that are getting pretty nervous about that, and we've seen the evidence of what that means. So whanawhana is quite high up in the Heretaunga, which gives us good long flow of river. Grade and gravity is always our friend when it comes to water storage. It is of an appropriate scale for the demand that we've assessed for Heretaunga. There's 27 million cubes, as Zan pointed out. In terms of relative scale, that's about 1/3 of the scale of the Tukituki, and it's twice the scale of the Waimea Dam that's just recently been constructed and is currently now operating. It's very close to, it is on the Otamodi, and it is very close in terms of its proximity to the Ngaruroro, which means that we're looking to harvest at high flow some water from the Ngaruroro to ensure reliable refill on an annual basis. Obviously, storage is about harvesting water during high flow, retaining that, and then releasing that under a managed operating regime when you need it. We probably haven't had to worry about water storage too much in the past because we've always lived in a world of abundance when it comes to water in New Zealand. But those days, and particularly for Heretaunga, an over-allocated catchment, I would argue, are over. Since 2018, the catchment has had restrictions on any further new consents or access. I remember writing in the business case to the PGF, we were discussing what does this look like without intervention. And we talked about reversion. In places like Heretaunga, we're already starting to see reversion. Some of that will be market driven, but when you're in a growing region with fantastic soils, supposedly access to good water, significant amount of sun, then you need to make sure that you have the levers at hand to be able to respond and to move and have some flexible options. That's not what we have right now. This is about making sure that the Heretaunga Plains can prosper in the future, not only for our growers, but also for our communities. And when you add climate change to that picture, that becomes increasingly important.
And if I could just chip in, simply put, what we have on the Heretaunga Plains now is water insecurity. We don't have water security. So for commercial water users, local authorities, and for mana whenua, we have water insecurity. There is no long-term certainty. And just in the same way as that we have energy insecurity, and we have infrastructure insecurity, these are the three legs of the stool which confront us as a community in Hawke's Bay and particularly on the Heretaunga Plains. And it's not coincidental that through all the work that Hastings District Council and CHB District Council have done recently in response to the changes announced with Waddies and McCain, that the conclusion came up is that we face this trifecta of insecurities, and that is bad for everybody. So the task, our overriding task as governors and as the various sectors coming to bear there is to turn that insecurity into security. There are numerous levers that you can pull to do this. Water storage from the first principles in a summer dry region has to be part of that. So we are, like it or not, insecure, and that needs to be fixed.
So you're seeing this diagram here, obviously water captured, stored, released as needed. Distribution and use, as I said, this is not just an irrigation scheme, it's also to municipal supply. We've got a large industrial sector as well. Anecdotally, Hastings talk about turning away industry because they cannot access water. Why? Our environment has no more to give. There's a large body of science, as you're very well aware of, undertaken across the Heretaunga Plains, and with increased pressures on that water resource, overlay that with climate change going forward, we're likely to see that tension grow, not release. So Whana 58 metre high dam wall, sourcing material from the site primarily, 27 million capacity, 10 million of that is annual yield from the catchment itself. 17 million is from the catchment and 10 million projected for harvesting. In terms of the actual area, there's 5 private landowners And this is, as I said, an augmentation scheme, which means this is not about piping water across the Heretaunga Plains. This is about using our water bodies as the main conveyance and responding to the issues at hand that our science has told us about, i.e. during low flow, when we are pumping from our groundwater system, it is also impacting on our lowland streams and our other water bodies. So it is about responding and addressing those matters at hand. The initial costings of 225 million, those are from pre-feasibility investigations in 2023. That does hold a 40% contingency, and we're working right now towards our refined engineering designs and costings, which we expect towards the end of this calendar year. Okay, obviously the shareholders of Heretaunga Water Storage Limited are laser focused on what those project economics will look like, and they will be really significant in terms of thinking about the demand, the commercial model and financing going forward. We'll just move on from that. We've got on the website, we have a video that basically gives you a live of what it will look like in the future. So is there any queries, before I go on to this next section as such, is there any queries about what it is that we're talking about? Is everyone comfortable with that? Great, thank you. All right, so the why, are we still aligned? Yes, we are. I've heard you talking about this just this morning, the regional water assessment. So no matter what these numbers are exactly or what the data is behind it, there's numerous studies that have taken place that evidence a gap, and that gap increasing. Clearly, it's modelling. Clearly, modelling is never accurate, and we don't know exactly what that gap is or the timing. But really the choice is, do you do something and add an increased supply to that kitty, or do you not do that, in which case you're having to pull your other levers a lot harder. And if you do not have water storage available to you, which we don't always have, then you're going to have to pull pretty hard based on the projections today on those demand management and your conservation efficiency, which we'll see clawback and we'll see other interventions. By putting storage into the mix, it's not saying that you do not do those measures and take action on that. This is suggesting already that there is quite aggressive demand efficiencies that are seen on an annual basis. I think the real kicker is always, as we know, is the climate change. You're not responding to averages with climate change, you're responding to the peaks and the troughs, and this is about being able to respond to that. Zan's talked to this. We know we're over-allocated. It's a very, very important part of our region, GDP, population. It is already in high-value land use. So it is as much about protecting what we have and enabling ongoing reliable access for these businesses to plan, to grow, to expand, as well as to create opportunities for new access.
Yes, what I might just say there is just as a rough approximation, a third of the water storage would be for offsetting existing effects of existing commercial water users. A third of the water is for growth, and a third is for climate change offset. So that is, so again, it's quite a different scheme to a dam and pipe scheme, as is the South Island model, if you like. This is dam to meter within a planning context, so it's within the context of the tank plan, and in fact, like in any planning regime, if the tank plan doesn't survive, that where we are living within limits. So we no longer have a Heretaunga Aquifer with no volume constraints on it. We have caps on flows in our lowland streams and our major rivers. So in that context, if you want to continue to expand, we know Hastings District Council, for example, one of our partners, they project that they're going to run out of water within 2 years. So they need a policy response to that. We know that the impact of, even at this stage of the tank plan change and the caps that puts in place put existing water users at various levels of constraints. So if they want to grow their businesses, they need to find water from somewhere. So the constraints out there are real now.
Okay, so this should look very familiar, and there's a number of people around this table who were extremely active and significant in ensuring this established well, and as management reporting into this structure, I can affirm that it is performing well. We are finding that this structure is very enabling in terms of being able to progress the project and both from an operational and a corporate level. The representatives at the table are very committed, and it is, I think this is actually a superpower for this project. It is quite unique to have during a really critical design phase to have your key primary interests at the table. I think personally that infrastructure should have this sort of structure more and have it earlier like this. So the type of conversations that the shareholder committee are bringing to the project is it helps us to really focus and to remember that we're designing it for our beneficiaries. What is it that they're wanting? And you're getting very fast access and feedback. So I just want to shout out to this council. It was a pretty big move for you to transition this project out at this point of time in feasibility. You've gone from a role of being initiator, sponsor and funder to now being essentially divorced from the project but as a funder. So I do acknowledge that you'll be highly interested in that this table is performing, is ensuring that the objectives of this project are attained. And yeah, I think that from a management perspective, I think it's going very well. Maybe you could comment as the chair.
Yeah, look, the term I use is superpower. So in the context of, and anyone, the likes of Mara sitting down at the end of the table, kia ora Mara, could attest, anyone been involved in water on the Heretaunga Plains for the last 20 years would say that this kind of partnership arrangement is at the very least precedent setting. But what it does is it takes us from contestation through to cooperation. So that is a superpower. So we're working, really well and efficiently with Tamati Polka Whenua and Mana Hariri and through them with the likes of Te Paringa Hapu and keeping up a dialogue with Kahununu as well. So that's something that hasn't happened for a long time in the Heretaunga Plains.
Clearly, you as HBRIC are going to have a long-term interest. Through feasibility, your interest remains as a funder, but also as a regulator. We've talked about this scheme as an augmentation scheme, which means that how we interface between hydrology, the regional plan, and our commercial model is absolutely critical. So we say that this is an ongoing important relationship going forward, and expect those conversations to continue. The relationship does change. However, we're very happy to always come in and be available. So in terms of feasibility, so again, just a recap for those who are a little newer to this conversation. the early stage of do we have, what are the objectives, where are the sites, what are the opportunities available to Heretaunga, honing that down into, what is a potentially viable site was all carried out under this council. I think Hawke's Bay has gone through a hell of a journey when it comes to water storage, and it's been pretty divisive through that. So there was always direction to make sure, especially in light of that projected deficit, there was always strong direction that we needed to have confidence that there actually was a site to go out to the community with. Because if there isn't a reasonable site that you have confidence in technical viability, then, like I said before, you're going to have to pull those other levers a lot harder. So that work was carried out through, advanced pre-feasibility. We actually did quite a lot more on-site work than you'd traditionally probably do at a pre-feasibility level. So we went into feasibility with a pretty high degree of technical confidence, despite the fact that Hawke's Bay is not an easy place to build a dam, seismic, geology-wise, etc. But probably a reasonable degree of technical confidence that this could be built. Feasibility is about not just looking at that site at Whanawhana, but figuring out the entire scheme and designing that. And that's why it was so essential that actually we did that in mind with the beneficiaries at the table, really guiding that. So feasibility, it is a really significant, comprehensive and complex phase within this. From there on in, we don't get any less complicated. At the end of feasibility, you should have a high degree of confidence around the project economics and the that you can consent it, that you can build it, and that the demand under certain conditions will be there. Clearly, your demand is still pretty wary. You're in a dance with your demand at this point because they're really not going to sign up until you know that you've got a resource consent, until they know that there's an ability around what that commercial model looks like. So the post feasibility, you're really getting into you're doing consenting and your pre-procurement work. Project commercialisation is wrapping it all up. That's the general phase. Where we're up to is we have had some delays in terms of internally with our program. Fast track, we're looking to use the fast track process, which is probably the appropriate process for this type of infrastructure. There's basically 2 steps to that, and we're looking at the first step. That's taking a little bit of time to just make sure we're framed up and positioned appropriately for. And part of that is to make sure that we do really, really good engagement with our community, with mana whenua, over the next 6 to 9 months. So, corporate function, well-established, performing, kanoa funding, VAT variation, those arrangements have been agreed and approved. Work program across all those major work streams is progressing. Referral Act, we're poised to file that. Shareholder, stakeholder engagement is continuing and is ramping up. The major challenges is some of the internal program delay for us, which we're working through. Fast track process is, as again, I'm sure you're aware, is new. It doesn't come without risk. We're learning lessons as we progress through that as well. And clearly, the local government, RMA reform, it's a very, very fluid environment. How we interface with the future regional plan is critical. And so we're maintaining our eyes on for that one.
I'll just make a couple of comments about this word delay. I think that's, as councillors, you'll be going to delay. What's going on there? So I think the context is that we were hoping to get to the end of the feasibility phase in this calendar year. Realistically, it's going to should be first quarter next year. Why? I'll put my hand up as a director and say the first area of delay was a negotiation with Kanoa. And that simply put us in a place that took longer than we expected. And simply as a director of an independent company, you've got to protect the company. You've got to put the company first. That means you can't commit to funding activities until you've got your funding in place. And so that the first of the delays we had was in the matter of a month or two of just working through with Kānoa to hand over that money. That's all been done. It's all in place successfully on good terms. That was the first delay. We've had a bit of a delay getting through the fast track gate, and that's for a couple of reasons. And really, the complexity of this system is it's not just simple storage. The benefits that flow are not from just building the dam, but it's from the whole, how that integrates with augmentation. And so there's been a bit of to and fro on how we package that up in the context of what is still, the fast track approach is still maturing and is still probably more comfortable dealing with building roads and houses than environmental and water storage projects like that. Broadly speaking, we're on track. We also recognise that the mana whenua engagement in terms of that for a cultural impact assessment needs plenty of time, and so that's the other factor that we're playing with in terms of looking at early next year as getting through this stage.
Final slide. In terms of what we're committed to, ultimately this comes down to being, if you can build it, if you can consent it, it comes down to being a commercial decision. So how those project economics stack up and whether those shareholders at the table decide that they want it is going to be a decision yet to come. So, they're going to be interested in what are the options available. Storage is one of them. They're going to want the least cost water available that fits within those parameters just spoken about. I think everyone's very aware that doing nothing is not a great option. So it's really how does this stack up in terms of those other options. This project is not vested into railroading water storage for any sake. Ultimately, again, it's the shareholders at the table who need to make that decision and decide whether it is the right thing for them to take forward.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Appreciate that, and great to see that that the structures that were set up at this table have transferred so well. So congratulations to you. In the essence of time, perhaps just one question. I'm sure you'll have plenty. One each. I mean, not five already complex. Just one each. If you can organise your thoughts for that, and we'll start with Jock.
Can you just clarify for me, please? Under regional water assessment, 25 million cubes short come 2040, and 2040 is an estimate, isn't it? It could be 2030 for all we know, it could be 2050. Mm-hmm. The 1% estimate, though, that's 1% per annum, isn't it? So I think that means that in 10 years' time, we need to have saved 10% in that trajectory. So it's 1% seems like not much, but actually it is quite a bit. I've sort of got it. Oh, anyway, I'll carry on. In determining the effect of doing nothing, would I be right to say that if you compared a catastrophic drought to a catastrophic flood, this is a really hard question, but the differences aren't that great. We know what a catastrophic flood looks like. We've just had one. If we have a catastrophic drought, you don't have the loss of life scenario, which is awful. But nevertheless, you do have a massive, massive economic impact on the region. And we've got the situation where, unlike a flood, we do sort of know this is happening. We do know roughly when it's going to happen. So if we're looking back on this situation in 15 years' time and we've done nothing and it happens, then I'm trying to make this a question, Chair.
The instructions was keep it short. Go, Councillor.
Can I anticipate the councillor's question?
Can you say?
So the first part of that, Councillor McIntosh, was yes, 1% per annum. And so broadly speaking, that work was done in around 2020, looking out to 2040. So there's broadly 20%, the assumption already of 20% efficiency gains to get to that point of saying we've still got a gap, and the gap for the purpose of the model was 25 million at the main scenario. So the other part of your question is just around the economic impact, and I won't compare flood versus drought, but they both have dramatic impacts in different ways and affect different parts of the community. But there's no doubt that a water shortage affects our GDP and our community, and we know that disruption to the community is the cold hard reality of drought and water shortage, water insecurity. And that is, it both has the immediate effects, as we've seen in the likes of the flood as well, but it has the ongoing insidious, or the kind of the ongoing effects that drag down the community, the business confidence, business profitability, and so these things. So every drought has a long tail, both within the community and within for our economy. So, Chair, I just thought of my question.
It wasn't the same. Are you glad you only gave them one? Should we come back to you, or you've got to take it offline?
You've got to admire his style, though, don't you?
Stick your nose over the paper, Chair.
Okay, we've talked a lot about efficiency this morning and the need for conservation and that sort of thing. My question is actually the sort of things that we're talking about, we need to do that anyway, because that's 1% per annum. But we're still 25 million cubes short in 15 years' time.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
That's my question.
That's exactly what the regional water assessment pointed to. That demand management was a given. It wasn't it was required, and we needed to be doing that relatively aggressively from now. Storage wasn't necessarily an option available, and hence why we looked at investigating storage right from the outset to see whether that was another lever, which, as you pointed to, potentially gives you time and gives you time to actually adapt and to make other changes.
So it's not an either-or situation, is what you're describing. Councillor Waiatai.
Oh, kia ora. Mine's more of a finance and liability. So I'm with us now with that 6.3 and our 3.2 million, and how it links to 6.4, this one right now. So that 3.2 million was stage feasibility work, and then the Heretaunga Water Storage paper states that the regional council granted the 1.592 million, and that's been fully drawn down. There is a difference between that 3.2 million and that 1.592 million. There's 1.607 million. But the paper doesn't explain whether that amount was rephased, removed, retained by us.
I can answer that.
You can go.
Sure. So at the time that 3.2 was committed, that was at the start of feasibility. So that's when we first came to council and said progress E2 whana to feasibility. 3.2 was committed. It took 12 months to basically transition the project from HBRIC to HWSL, and over that 12 months, essentially, that was the funding that was used, and hence why when we transitioned was actually at 1.8, but it didn't account for money spent in December, so that's how you've got the 1.592.
Brilliant, thank you. And just, sorry, one other, since Councillor McIntosh had two.
We're not starting a whole lot of bad behaviour, are we?
Just under the liability, just for me, in the paper, it states that the transfer to Heretaunga Water Supply release and transfers the Crown loan liabilities. Then later it says that Kānoi arrangements, or Hawke's Bay Regional Council loan committed, were assigned to the Heretaunga, which you talked about. But the assignment does not necessarily mean it's been released. So I guess I'm looking at this from a legal side, is whether we've received an explicit written legal confirmation that Kānoa is now completely an effective notification or equivalent release, and that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council has no has been fully released from obviously our principal repayments, our interest guarantees, reporting obligations, performance obligations, cancellations, repayments, etc., etc.
Through you, Chair, I can confirm that we've received the credit note from Kānoa. That's been passed through to Treasury, and that's been balanced within the 25-26 annual accounts. So that's all been taken care of, and we've got written approval from Kānoa to that effect.
Oh, thank you.
We have that, Chair. Just yes. So we have written.
We've got a credit note and everything in writing.
So you're comfortable with that, Richard? Yes. It's all signed off.
Yep.
Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm assuming we're coming back to talk about money and funding. Is that part of your?
No, I think we're doing it now. If you.
Oh, okay, all right.
There isn't any money or funding attached to this paper, but.
Sure. Okay. Well, I had a question in that regard, but I'll go off with the engagement with our TA's municipal water, stroke industrial water. What can you give us a feel for? I'm just in the context of where we're heading, local government reform, and the need to have everyone on the same page. What has the engagement been with the TAs and their various representatives? What is the level of education, understanding, etc., particularly for Napier and Hastings councils around this? What is their current representation? How is it progressing? And where is it going?
Well, if you
let's bring up that slide.
Amanda, you can talk about the engagements that we had recently. Well, I can. We've met with both councils, councillors, and present as part of our update leading up to their intended fast track application, to make sure that both of those councils are fully aware and understand the project. And bearing in mind that's in the context, and that was in the context of an update for the newbies, if you like, because both councils were well briefed on the project before that.
Well, they're at the table, aren't they?
And they're at the table,
yep.
Yeah.
So they have their shareholder representation. Yeah. Beyond that, also, we recognise that we have the regional water CCO. And so we are also engaging with the regional water CCO, and last week we've had a meeting with Debbie.
No, look, I appreciate that that's in play. Often the positioning around the table doesn't necessarily mean that the vast majority of the councillors and their staff are fully engaged and know what's going on. So it's that subsequent, or if you like, confidence that it's a true reflection across council when decisions are getting made. There's a high level of engagement as opposed to, oh gosh, I've never seen this before.
What I'm hearing is you've done a similar update to them just very recently. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's great. And taking a leaf out of Councillor McIntosh's book, you talk about the lowest price out there. What does that look like? Have you got a threshold? The region has got an affordability problem.
Yes.
There's only a limited amount of dollars going around, and it's getting more diminished. What does it look like? Is it viable from the public's perspective, municipalities, and from a water user's perspective from the industry? Are we going to arrive at a point where we've got viable pricing?
And that's an essential output of this stage of the project. So we're doing our technical work, figure out our consenting pathway in the third quarter of this year. That will roll into the next. That additional technical work will then populate an updated design of a dam and costings, and that allows a more robust discussion with the people that would pay for it. so we're not quite there yet, but that's where we're hoping to be by October.
There's almost like two parts to it, where there's a ground-up piece of what is affordable. And so we've got work happening in that space because, as you say, externally the economic environment is tough, not just for growers, but cost of living, etc. And we're seeing that, and markets, etc. So in terms of right now, that economic situation is pretty tough to be talking about a high capital investment of this nature. So there's a piece around ground up, what's affordable, what does that look like and under what conditions, and then there's obviously the piece coming down, which is, well, what are those, refined project economics? And if you're considering it from, I think you'll recall, Councillor Curtin, that when we looked at pre-feasibility commercial analysis, we also looked at kind of almost a bookend situation. And so work's being done around what are those different financial models and commercial models in terms of what's affordable and how do you bring those together. So it's never going to be just a line in the sand, that's what it looks like. It's going to be more around, okay, in this range, how do you, under what conditions does this become affordable and how do you make that happen? So that's what we're really focused on. We don't have that, we're working through that ground up and we're working through coming down with those project economics to refine that, but acutely aware of the commercial realities of the current environment.
Councillor Hawke, you've got a final question?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I feel the need to ask this question, and I'm not going to try and craft a question as I speak. I'm pretty clear on it. But just to give a bit of context to my question, is that in a previous item on our agenda, there was a discussion that outlined the point of mana whenua being involved from the start and what their position was at the beginning of the process as to seeking clarification if that position is still the same now. And so I understand that mana whenua help make up the governance space. Mm-hmm. Is mana whenua, do you have the confidence that the mana whenua position at the beginning is still the same now?
So I'll take a first crack at that and then over to you if you like. So number one is, well, first I wouldn't want to speak for our PSGEs who sit at the table as to whether they think the position is the same, but we have heard very encouraging noises back from them, sitting at the table as a shareholder alongside the other shareholders. We will be having a number of relationships, obviously, with mana whenua. So mana whenua authorities, PSGEs, TPW and Mana Ahiriri Trust at the table as shareholders. We also have been guided by them around our wider engagement that we'll need to do, both with a cultural impact assessment as well as the much broader engagement with mana whenua. That work is those conversations are occurring. They're happening at a chair level and coming together. Those relationships and that engagement is separate, if you like, from the position of the PSGEs as a shareholder. Does that? So to me, there's several different hats, and we have several different relationships at both an operational as well as at a governance level.
I guess, Chairman, I guess it's more about the governance position, because there's that. I mean, our PSGEs hold position within that governance, and
they still hold.
Councillor Hawke, I'd just say that like, you know, any governance table, there's a range of views in there, and than our mana whenua shareholders that are a range of views around their tables. We have an ongoing and really collaborative relationship with their representatives that's carrying on. We can't control what the views of those governance groups will be from time to time. We're just dealing in the now and getting on with our feasibility work.
Thank you. Councillor Van Beek.
Okay, I'll make it short. I had a real eloquent question in my head, but I'm told by the chair I'm not allowed to. So very quickly, and you can't speak really on behalf of one of your shareholders, but what is the percentage of hectares consented that are actually engaged by Heretaunga Sustainable Water, which is one of your shareholders? And secondly, do you know by any chance what access Heretaunga Sustainable Water has to the total pool of consented hectares? And I'm only speaking from experience when I did something similar, but a lot smaller, of course. In Twyford, we had total access to all the consent holders in our rohi. And that was so helpful from our perspective, but also with the outcome of our process. And so I'm just putting on the table that I think we as a council should really be assisting you so you actually have access, so that everybody has got a clear ability to engage in this whole process. So that's just maybe I'm now being told off by Councillor Curtin and McIntosh, but that's a statement I'm making at the same time.
So what was the question?
How many
What's the percentage? I got lost.
What's the percentage?
Do you know what the
Chair,
question is?
I'll handle the question.
Thank you.
So I think that falls to me as the one of two commercial reps as a shareholder on this organisation. I don't have the exact figures in my head, but we are more than 230 members, and we think that it's about 80% of the water usage on the Heretaunga Plains is represented by that user. So it's a much bigger and diverse area that we represent. We also that number also in terms of volume excludes I think that number excludes the industrial water users, but we also have strong representation from Aquifer, for example. So we're going broader than just irrigators or commercial water users, and we're growing across the Heretaunga Plains. So to get that 100% is a big challenge, but...
And that's why I made the suggestion, and maybe you should take that up, that we maybe should have that discussion with you.
Do you want to make that an action?
I would love to make that an action.
Could we do that, please, Donna? The action would be that you will talk offline with...
Heretaunga Sustainable Water, or with the entity, but I think it's mainly Heretaunga Sustainable Water as a stakeholder.
Does that seem like a feasible
acting
executive? Does that seem like a reasonable...
I think, well, it can happen probably without an action.
Can you boys organise that between yourselves? Thank you. We do have a recommendation just to note and receive. Can I have a mover? Is it a question, Michelle?
Yeah.
Can it be very concise, please?
Yeah, but I think
everybody else got 2 goes, but I get 5 seconds. Oh, I'll just put it straight. I'm not being a good representative of Māori Committee without talking to the Mahi whānau. And I did ring them up before this was transferred over to the private entity, because I did have an issue with ratepayers' money going to not...
and I tried to invite him and he didn't answer.
Organisation.
That's so weird.
But I asked the hapu about the hapu. Body of o mahu ngāti mana, etc. What are your thoughts on this whanawhana dam? And these people are very connected with their wai, and what they said to me directly was, we support no dam on our awa. So support no dam in this area. So there's mixed messages again, and there's mana whenua, there's PSG, but when it comes to things like why you give it to the hapu. So, yeah, I have a concern on that.
Is there a question there, Michelle?
I'm just saying, my thing is, what is your engagement with the hapu that are telling me that?
Kia ora. I'm happy to answer that. So we're right in the middle of an engagement with the Mahu hapu through Te Paringa, and the purpose of that is to drive towards our CIA, so a cultural impact assessment, so we're scoping that up. None of that at this stage is expressed, Tiparinga are not committed. They have not committed to supporting the project. They are committed, and we're in dialogue with them over. Yeah, it's in dialogue. I'm looking at a proposal right now for a CIA that they will project manage. So it's in negotiation now.
So all the people of the Mahi can attend?
Look, I think what we have done is worked through the PSGEs who are sitting at the table and asked for guidance as to what is the appropriate approach to take. And that approach has been, and they're working through that at the moment, but they are reaching out to the hapu, and there's still conversations to occur. Those conversations are occurring with through the PSGEs and with the hapu. We're not involved in those conversations right now. We're waiting for that approach to be agreed and put forward, and then we're looking to move forward with whatever that approach has been put forward and agreed with by the PSGEs with the hapu. So from our perspective, we are guided as to what is the most appropriate approach. It's too early to say whether the hapu agree, support or otherwise, because that work is yet to be done.
Thank you. So the recommendation. Thank you, Chair Sears. Seconded was Councillor Van Beek. That is to receive and to note. Would you like to speak, Councillor Sears? Thank you, Chair Sears.
Thank you.
The update. That was your any further very brief comments? I think we've traversed this exceedingly well. That's
can I show without punch?
Very short, please. We are
Look,
over time.
thank you very much for the presentation. It's really timely. Great to see the work that's been done, and reminder that this is feasibility. People can have their say. I fully expect mana whenua and all other Māori entities to get actively involved, but let's not walk away from the importance of this project to the future of this region. It is vital, and I'm pleased to see my colleague around the table, and the importance around this room. About 3 or 4 people will be the weight on their shoulders to make sure we get this going is vital. And finally, Madam Chair, the cost of this is not going to be insignificant. At the very least, every ratepayer in the Heretaunga will be paying a lot of money for the public good of it. Not only that, their own supply. So we're talking probably, in my head, $100 a household for this project, and it is an essential piece of work for the region. I would finally say there's only room for one dam in the region.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. And of course, we're not actually putting lines in sand around how much ratepayers will be paying. It does not belong with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. This is a private piece of work that we are getting an update from. So thank you very much. The recommendation is to note and receive. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Those against will say nay. Motion carried. Thank you. And thank you very much, Zane and Amanda. Lovely to have you with us. And it is with great excitement that we move into our next paper, which is 6.5. And Scott, we'd like to welcome you and whoever else is coming up. And councillors, could we keep think about our questions really clearly? We will come to discussion if you allow us to. So be more articulate with your questions so that we've got time for discussion, please. Thank you.
Oh, Lord, you don't want that, do you?
Scott, we might need, once you set up to sit more central, once Di's got you, just because we can't see you tucked around. Actually, I can't see you. Richard, you're going to introduce us, and then we're going to have Chair Sears preface, and then move into Scott. Thank you for that. We've got 40 minutes, and we're running really tight, so I think we'll have plenty of discussion, so please keep it.
Thank you, Chair. And just by way of an introduction, I think there's an opportunity. I'd like to welcome Scott on behalf of officers. there's 4 slides, but I think if we can try and keep it to an absolute, perhaps 1 slide, and then have Scott could do the presentation. I'm just thinking of time, but I would like to ask. This was strongly initiated by Councillor Sears, and I'd welcome her to give the context that's appropriate for this amazing project. So thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, Richard, thank you. And through you, Chair, tēnā koe, Scott. Lovely to have you here in our chamber again. Always, as Di Rodley says, always our best day when Scott's in the room. So, I did want to give a tiny bit of history. It was 6 years ago that we met at Hastings District Council through Ngāti Kahungunu, through the committee I was on with Niall, as you were starting this work. He was very passionate about it, of course, Ngāti Kahungunu being one of your earliest partners in it. And of course we were very lucky that you chose the Ngaruroro to be one of the 3 rivers. When I came to Regional Council and was the chair of the Environment Committee, this was the very first item on our agenda, was bringing you in to show the work that was being done. And actually all the councillors there then, you were all very excited, but not really particularly interested in where it might go. It was just an interesting piece of science. So it feels like, and there was a lot of talk about the dams, of course, at that point as well. And I think at the time I was accused of being a greenie and anti-dam. There was a lot of talk around the table about somehow, this sort of work and nature-based work sort of somehow being separate from actual real water storage or real solutions. And I just think I really want to congratulate not just the staff but all the councillors that when I look back to how we talked 3 years ago and how we talk now, it's completely different. We talk now around the well-being of water. We talk about these nature-based solutions as pivotal pieces of long-term health. And I think probably something I couldn't have said 3 years ago was, I think now we speak of the aquifer as well, and people talk about the Heretaunga aquifer, but of course it's not. It's Heretaunga Haupunui, which I think translates, Councillor Hawke, I hope I don't get it wrong, but of life-giving dew, life-giving well-being. It's actually Councillor Harding used to talk about it as the heart, really, of Hawke's Bay. And I think there's been a real pivotal change in the way we feel about that. And so I think this work's really significant. So I'm thrilled that we are getting to a point, finally, where actually some of the work will translate into actual giving back, aroha atu, aroha mai, giving back to the system, that we can continue to prosper from its offerings. So, welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Should I turn this on, or this automatic? It's automatic. Simon joined, but there was some technical issue. Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me. I have to stress that I'm a scientist, so I would struggle with fielding some of the questions that you directed at Anne and Amanda. But essentially, this project comes from an MB-funded research program that we did to try and understand surface water-groundwater interaction in braided rivers. And this was one of the study reaches that we looked at, was this main losing reach of the Ngaruroro between Roy's Hill and Fern Hill. And so this small reach of river, it's really the engine room for the Heretaunga Plains Aquifer. It's providing somewhere between 70 and 80% of the water. And what's happened over time is that recharge function has been compromised by the way that the river's been managed, both for flood protection and for gravel extraction. So a little bit of a historical background. When settlers came here, they had 2 big issues. They wanted to settle on the plains, but they had really wild rivers that flowed extremely highly. But they also had a lot of erosion because there was a lot of land clearance. And so that made those rivers quite unstable and unpredictable in terms of where they actually moved. So the catchment boards were set up to try and stabilise the rivers into the current positions which they are today. And 2 things were done. One was they narrowed those rivers, so they increased the velocity during a flood flow. And the idea of that was that it would try and move gravel more efficiently. And the other thing they did was they tried to stop erosion on the hill slopes. So this is what the river looks like today, and the black dotted line that you see there is what the river looked like back in the this is from the 1960s, prior to a lot of the river engineering that was put in place. So what happened was the river was narrowed and it was sort of streamlined. You can see that's quite a nice streamlined curve in the river channel. And the other thing that's happened over time is that there's been a huge demand for gravel since the late 1990s. And so we've seen an unsustainable extraction of gravel from the river system, which has dropped the bed. And the drop in the bed elevation is actually the same amount as the drop in the groundwater levels down gradient. So you can actually relate the two one-to-one. So what we're proposing here is that we try and restore the river back to what it was like to some degree. We're open to what that might look like. But there's some issues around that. The thing is that you can try and restore groundwater levels, but you could potentially compromise river flows during the summertime. So we don't want to do that because the river flows get very low at Fernhill. So we need to find a way to try and restore the groundwater recharge without compromising river flows. And what we've done is we've proposed a work plan which firstly involves some investigations to fill in some data gaps, information gaps that we have, followed up by some modelling work which will look at balancing the groundwater recharge, replenishing that storage against the any impact that could have on the flow regime. So that's it in a nutshell, and definitely there's enough. So I've just talked to one slide here. I had 4, but
we can go to the next.
Keep going.
it's actually worth looking at the previous one, looking at the levels. So this is just looking at the change in groundwater levels in blue, and the bed level was plotted there in red. And you can see how well those two correspond. And what we've seen over time is about a 1.5 metre drop in both of these since the 1970s. Now you can skip to
Do we ask questions on the way through of this?
What would you like, Scott? Would you like a question on to
I'll probably at the end because I'm almost finished.
get you on the flow?
Yeah.
But you'll start.
Essentially, the river interacts with the groundwater system in different ways. It can be sitting above the groundwater system and leaking vertically down to it. So in that scenario, if you widen the river, you increase the leakage rate. Likewise, if you narrow the river, which is what happened in the 1980s, you decrease the leakage rate from those areas. The other situation is the one drawn down the bottom, where the aquifer is hydraulically connected to the river system. And this is very prone to changes in elevation and also bed morphology. So the idea is to try and raise bed elevations, and by doing that you raise groundwater levels. But also you can look at exploring the actual shape of the bed in terms of its channel shape and the effect that has on groundwater level fluctuations. I'll go to the next one. And this is just an outline of the work plan that we've proposed. So we have a current model of that area. It's a detailed model, and it does have some uncertainties. And so we've got a proposal to address some of those uncertainties through some field investigations. And then from that information, update the model, and then we're in a position to run some scenarios and work with stakeholders to decide which is the best way to proceed in terms of widening and bed elevation changes. Once those changes are made, there's potential to do some implementation work where we monitor the effect of the changes that have been made to the river system, and potentially even get an operational understanding to tie in with the operation of the whanawhana scheme. That's about it for me. I think I'm mainly really here to answer any questions that you might have.
Yes, we love that. So we will start with questions, please, nice and concise and clear, and then move to discussion, time limit. Actually, ahead of you was Councillor McIntosh, but would you like to go first? Senior, okay,
I would.
Chair says.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I won't think of my question as I'm talking. Absolutely clear question. You've got the process, we've got the steps. It was all a nice talk before. it's taken ages to get to this point from September. How can we go faster, and what do you need to go faster?
The big thing that's holding us back at the moment is that we've got an application to MPI to get some funding. That's going to take some time. I'm concerned about the coming summer and the impacts that might have, and I think it would be really important to try and fill some of those uncertainties before the summer comes, or at least get some of that information during this summer. And in doing that, we could actually separate some of the money that's been already committed by Hawke's Bay Regional Council from the money that's committed to a bigger plan, which involves MPI funding.
So we could progress, through you, Chair, we could progress first stage with our funding while we wait for MPI funding.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be interested in understanding more about that, Chair.
This paper isn't requesting any funding or anything, so...
I'm making a suggestion that we could bring back a paper to
Would you like that as an action? That actually seems quite reasonable. Richard?
Just through you, Chair, in response to that, the Council has effectively approved the funding for this project through the activation of the Water Security Action Plan. So during that process, given that the Ngaruroro natural recharge, although it was called a different name in that project, that has been approved. So the $1 million was approved in that and that activation of the water security
this
plan,
whole suite,
which included the recruitment of our water security project manager and to initiate this. So it doesn't need approval. However, a paper outlining that phased stage is appropriate.
Are you happy with that? Can you make that as... Thank you. Councillor McIntosh and then Mr. Upton.
Can you go back to this graph on the substation well? If we look at the peak levels there, peak levels look about the same now as they were in 1970, but the summer levels are less. And so so I'm just confirming, does that mean that the peak level of the aquifer actually has remained quite consistent, but the summer level is the issue?
I'd say that Cyclone Gabriel probably, if the riverbed was at the elevation it was in the 70s, it would have peaked a lot higher. But what we are seeing here, but also in other aquifers around the country, is that we're seeing a increase in the annual variability.
Right.
We see this fanning out of the groundwater levels like you see in this graph. And that's it's partly due to groundwater pumping, so the troughs are getting lower, but it's also partly due to the change in the entrenchment of the channel, the river channel.
Okay.
What it does is it establishes a certain shape, and what that does is it increases the level variability that you see in the river. So if you actually widen the river and try to reduce the amount of channelization that you get in the river system through, say, hard engineering, what you see is that the groundwater levels should actually respond in that the variability will be less.
Okay.
So we can actually repair some of that through the way we manage the channel.
That's what you'll be doing as part of this investigation,
It could be part of what we do. It's not the primary thing that we're looking at is essentially widening versus elevation change, but part of it could actually be the channel shape as well.
Firstly, just to acknowledge Councillor Spear's acknowledgement of yourself. You are a fluvial geomorphologist, aren't you?
I'm not. I'm a hydrogeologist.
Oh, hydrogeologist. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's even better. But hey, look, rivers. Let rivers be rivers. And I think you may have partly answered the question, but in this kind of balance and deficit and how to restore that, did you just answer that previously? I'm just trying to get a descriptor in my mind, and that may have been it.
Yeah, essentially what we're looking at is rather than doing managed aquifer recharge, which has been tried here in the past, we're looking at essentially a nature-based solution where we allow the river to do its thing, but to do that we have to give the river something back. We have to either raise the bed elevation to some degree or give it a bit more space, a bit more width, or do a bit of both. So it's essentially trying to understand how we can best restore the river to what it was like previously to some degree in order to benefit the hydrological cycle. I hope that answers the question.
Councillor Ormsby.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Scott. So I just want to clarify the funding piece because we want everyone to walk away knowing that we're fully supportive of next stage of actions. So you're waiting for MPI funding for maybe a stage 2. Stage 1, we've definitely got the full funding needed for the project to proceed.
So, through you, Chair, stage 1 funding is our application with MPI.
Okay.
And that stage 1 funding is made up of co-funding from HBRIC, also co-funding from Heretaunga Sustainable Water Users. So Heretaunga Sustainable Water Users are a partner in this project as well. And whilst in the paper we talk about their contribution of $40,000, that was the level that they were able to formally commit to under their current structure, but have indicated that their interest in it goes beyond that as a cash contribution. And just with the new information or the discussion today, the opportunity to split the first phase while we wait for MPI could enable us to use the HBRC funding
to get it
kick-started and then backfill it with the MPI funding.
Okay. And you don't need any more decisions from us to do that?
The financial decisions have actually already been made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Scott. Well, just back to that slide, this could be up there with my poll question. But 46 years ago, why was it narrowed?
It was narrowed because they wanted to make the channel more efficient during a flood flow, but also to try and mobilise gravel. So you've got to remember, back in the 1980s, gravel was not in a big supply. The demand was not high. They had a surplus. They needed to try and get rid of it. So what they did all around the country was they narrowed the rivers in order to make the channels, more streamlined, in which case during a flood flow, the water flow would be more efficient, but it would also increase the velocity in the channel, which would move more gravel out to sea. So it had these two objectives. That's why they narrowed it. It seems counterintuitive, but that was the logic.
Great question.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin, have you got a question?
No.
I saw you making notes. Well, let's
go. Move on, guys. Move on.
I do have a question.
Shall I think of one while I'm speaking?
No, you may not. However, I've got hopefully a very silly question. In the paper, we are number 45, that the Lincoln Agritech staff, there's an assumption in here that you will continue your work in kind. Is that still your position? Are you happy to?
It'd be nice to get some funding.
Moving right along.
There's some things that just cost a lot of money, like a drilling program, doing the LiDAR BAFI surveys are expensive.
But your piece, you are still running the kara for us.
We're still doing it.
Thank you. We do really appreciate that. So any more questions for Scott while we've got him here?
I just got a basic, I think just to follow on the same thing as Māori. So we were just talking about a managed aquifer recharge, which is an artificial recharge. By moving the banks back to where they used to be, this would be done naturally, and you were saying 80% of the water, what he was saying the aquifer forced from that area, from more matters.
Yeah. So you're sort of looking at a situation of unintended consequences where the river engineering philosophy was applied to the whole length of river, but in that particular part of river it's had a big impact on the water cycle because it's limited the amount of water that recharges the aquifer. It was actually flagged in the 1987 scheme report, but it wasn't followed up on until now, so we can see that it's had a big impact. But of course, on top of that, you've had continued gravel extraction, which has lowered the bed elevation, and that's probably had the greatest impact of the lot.
So we have a recommendation to move embassy. Could we have Councillor Sears first and then Councillor Van Beek? Would you like to speak?
Yes, I would.
Chair Sears.
Yes, I have more to say. Thank you. And through you, Chair. I think what's really important about this project, given the whole focus of today, is how much understanding has changed. And Councillor Waitai's question was a brilliant addition to it, because the way we have managed things, whether it's to create productive land or to protect housing or to take water for primary production, has all affected the aquifer. And it's been a long-held belief that the horticulturalists are simply taking too much. That's this kind of picture. But we know from your work, particularly the way we've managed, particularly braided rivers, and we know, to Michelle's question, not all rivers recharge the aquifer in this way. This is a braided rivers approach, so it only suits some. But we know the way we've managed things have damaged the way in which the aquifer can recharge itself. And I think that's been a really useful pivot to see this as a shared problem across industry, and that's why Heretaunga Sustainable Waters Partnership and their dollars on the table are so significant. But it leads to the question, I think it's Rex Graham's famous saying, we built it and now we have to look after it. It's what it is now. It's been drained. We've created these little narrow pathways, and we now have to find a way to look after what we care about. And it's not just about getting more water into the aquifer so we can suck more out. It's about recognising that we still have a very high quality aquifer. Actually, one of New Zealand's most significant and highly productive. It actually covers 510 square kilometres. Quite extraordinary if you think about it. So it's not just about taking out from it. Down south, they had saltwater intrusion into the aquifers. The nitrate levels in some now we know will take 400, 500 years. This aquifer is still in very, very good health, and the speed of which, how we move now to replenish it, I just think is critical, not just for the productive sector or for people, but actually for the health of the body of the for Heretaunga Haukanui itself. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Beek.
And almost in the same vein, at the previous presentation, we saw that they actually talked about not talking alternatives down. We can see that here. They've actually put money where their mouth is. They actually have invested because they see this is actually important. And dare I say that some of the water users, including myself, we see this almost as more important because it's so natural than putting a big dam wall up. I don't think we can go without it. But this is actually very significant. Also from a reimagining rivers point of view, where we're talking about the Dutch thinking of giving the river room, we need to do that here as well. And I think, Chris, you may support this. By raising the gravel in the bed itself, you then actually put yourself at risk. But actually by widening the river, not just in this place, but maybe in other spaces previous to this spot, we actually protect ourselves as well. So actually it's a beautiful, beautiful thing of actually putting this into perspective, how it actually will help us in the future with looking after our aquifer. So I was looking for the te reo word, but I couldn't quite get out of my head. So here we go. Thank you.
Do we have any other discussion or speakers?
Yes, just one more question for the third. Scott, would you, as far as the stock banks, and you just showed what rivers used to look back in the past, would the location of the stock banks be an inhibitor for recharge into the aquifer?
Not really, not the stock banks per se.
Not the
It's mainly about the way the river is designed, engineering-wise. So the stock banks are just there to stop flow getting beyond that position. Most of the flow, most of the time, is sitting within that active channel. So that's the bit that we're talking about. Essentially, once the flow gets above that channel along to the berms, essentially the river's gone from being a high energy flow to more of a dam. You've got, and that's what those stock banks do, they act as a levee. So we're really talking about just that active channel and what we do with that in terms of management. So we could, for example, if you raise the elevation of the bed, then that could be actually met with widening of that channel as well. So you've got more braiding, you've got a wider active system. One of the benefits I see is potentially that you raise the water table around the river and try and bring back some of those riparian wetlands that were there back in the 1950s and 60s. Yes.
We will actually see all that unfold in your next stages, so thank you very much. We have a motion on the table to receive and accept. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against, say nay. That's a motion carried. Thank you. Scott, it is wonderful to have you back in the chambers, and thank you for joining us today. And we look forward to hearing what happens next.
Thank you.
We now move to 6.6, which is our update for the next gen land management. I'm aware we've got some people who do meetings early, so you'll just be watching the clock, and it's 20 past. Please just leave when you need to. Yes, and could we note that we're on 20 minutes for this paper, and people will want some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and just acknowledging the time, and just while the team set themselves up, I would like to welcome Paula Richardson, who's a manager of land management, Alice Anderson, who's team leader of land management across the region, and Warwick Hesketh, who's our principal advisor land management. Warwick, with his length of time here, there might only be one other person in the room that spent more time at this table than Warwick. So he's been coming back and forth to these meetings for some time. The key purpose of us officers wanting to share this paper today is that you will recall in December of 2025, just 7 months ago, we brought to Council the proposal for next gen land management, which was one of the recommendations that came out of the Fit for Future program. And this is actually a remarkable story of how a paper presented to Council in December. We now have a fully operational function in sustainable land management that is operating, and with very little interruption, if you like, from customer experience. Our landowners, people who engage with us in their soil conservation activities, with all of the changes and the reduction of resources, there has been a continuity of service to our community, and it's something that I'm incredibly grateful to this team who have actually developed the strategy, developed the processes, and you'll see some of the things that they've actually developed on the way through. Not only that, implemented it, whilst going through, every single one of these people have been significantly impacted by the change process personally, and they've actually led that and stood it up on the way through. So there's obviously no decision, there's no financial ask or anything today, but it's just a reflection of a team who have adapted to the change, shown significant agility in what was put in front of them, and continued to deliver to our community. So without further ado, I'll hand over briefly to Paula to share it with the team.
Kia ora koutou. As Richard mentioned, this is just really an update following our workshop last December, just letting you know what we set out to do with the Fit for Future program and what we've achieved so far. So when the work began, the program was known as Next Gen Land Management. This was an appropriate name during the development stage, but as it evolved, the program evolved, we felt that it was important to adopt a name that was clear and concise and that would stay relevant in the future. We also very quickly realised that next gen has become a real buzzword in lots of industries. So keeping it simple and timeless, we're calling the program Sustainable Land Management, or SLM. So over the last 6 to 8 months, there's been significant changes and improvements to the way that we work. And I particularly want to acknowledge the land management team for their commitment throughout. They've planned, collaborated, brainstormed, adapted and changed course when needed, and they've arrived on a model that we believe that is practical and sustainable. So we've implemented the first stage as we're coming near to the end of our willow and poplar pole season. So that's been some big change for the team and for our customers. And now we're looking forward to implementing the next 3 pillars of sustainable land management. So now I'll hand over to Warwick, who's our principal advisor, and he'll tell you a bit more about what you can expect to see in the future.
Ora, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Warwick Hesketh, taku ingoa, he land management, taku turanga mahi. This actually makes quite a big change for me because normally I'm coming here and I'm telling you about the previous year's work and how much land we treated and how many landowners we dealt with. Today I'm giving you an update on a program that's effectively only 3 weeks old. So I'll take the paper as being read, but I'll just go over a few points quickly as to how we got to where we are today. So last year's effective efficiency review identified that we needed to revisit some of our work programs just in light of some of the financial constraints and overcommitments facing the organisation. Some quick wins in the catchment management space were to wind up the ECS a couple of years early, focus on a more enabling delivery model, so more of those one-to-many interactions, and more efficient and effective use of our capabilities and resources. First up, I think we can be really proud of what we achieved through the ECS, and the timing couldn't have been better with the ability to leverage some of that shovel-ready money that was around at the time post-COVID, and with the emergence of catchment groups. But it was a big program, and at times it sometimes felt like it was the tail wagging the dog. Our new program, which, as Paula alluded to, we're happy not to be calling Next Gen anymore, centres around these 4 pillars, which I'll talk about shortly. So first of all, we have a much reduced operating budget, but I think we need to acknowledge that we're also a much smaller team than we were previously. And if you were to combine those rural support and land management functions, we're actually down to less than half the staff that we were a couple of years ago. Actually a lot closer to what it was when I started, sort of 20 odd years ago. So that first pillar, we've gone to online pole sales. And for this work, I really want to acknowledge all the work that Paula, Kylie Woodham, Kaylee Hammond and our finance team did to get this up and running in time for this year's pole season. It was a big ask. We wanted to be able to reduce the amount of admin that was involved in subsidising poles for erosion control. Keep the cost down as much as we could while still providing that service. Previously, it was a lot more hands-on. We'd arrange the order, the landowner would sign a contract, we'd invoice the landowner would plant the poles, we'd inspect the planting and arrange the claim. The landowner would invoice us for their rebate and we'd pay the landowner. It meant that we had a lot more control over the whole process, but it took a lot of resource to manage what was effectively a relatively low risk. But to be honest, going to online sales, I was a little bit sceptical about it. We had trialled online ordering before, but to actually go to that next step and have online payment, that was a whole new level. With our manual invoicing, there was room for a bit of forgiveness and flexibility. If the poles weren't quite up to spec or we didn't quite have the right varieties, we could swap things around or maybe charge a little bit less. It wasn't such a big deal if the truck was a couple of days late, but once you've made that made that transaction, we really needed to be on top of the game. And this is only possible thanks to the work that's occurred out of the nursery. So Phil O'Connell and his team, that redevelopment work has given us a much better mix of varieties that we need, sharpened up on our consistency and uniformity, given us better stock taking and forecasting so that we can have that confidence of supply. Really want to mention Alice's team too for the work that they did, bringing the landowners along to this online environment. Not an easy thing to do, especially when they were kind of used to having that work done for them. Before we opened up the nursery to public sales this week, I think we'd sold close to 25,000 poles online. And we have a target to treat 277 hectares of land with space planted soil conservation trees before should have no trouble achieving that. Next pillar, precision soil conservation interventions. This refers to a slimmed down and more targeted grant scheme. Not to say that the ECS wasn't targeted, but the eligibility criteria was land with an erosion risk. And as you know, there's a heck of a lot of that. There wasn't necessarily this drive to have to triage projects or to look for those collaborative outcomes. It was very much about working with individuals. And as a result, we had a large number of very worthy projects spread right across the region, and they lined up really well with what we've mapped as being highly erodible land. But ideally, what we'd like to see is more, I guess, hotspots or concentrations of landowners that are working toward the same outcome. I've mentioned in my previous paper that we have really good erosion modelling that can help direct us to properties or to subcatchments that are losing the most amount of sediment. But there's actually still a big body of work required to better define catchment context and values. So if we were to want to consider targeting our investment directly to just a few, exclusively to just a few sort of subcatchments, we'd need some really strong, robust science and policy to help manage that approach and to eliminate that subjectivity. And that needs to consider the relative risks and values of these receiving environments, as well as understanding what that feasibility of treatment is and what those background or natural levels of sediment might be. So in the meantime, our approach is to continue using the best land and soil information and erosion modelling that we have, and introduce contestable funding rounds so that we can prioritise projects that offer the best value in terms of generating co-funding or value for the area treated and opportunities for collaboration. So through this program, what we're wanting to, we have a target to treat 623 hectares through precision intervention. A major point of difference is that we're really keen to engage with catchment groups in this space so that we can target those collaborative outcomes. We'll still be working with individual landowners, but ideally we'd like to be able to prioritise projects that are put forward or endorsed by catchment groups on the basis of collective action. So that blends us into catchment community groups. And I need to mention that this encompasses a range of collectives and groups and partnerships. It's not just groups that are defined by a watershed. And land management have inherited this function from what was the rural support team. In the last 5 or so years, there's been a real surge in momentum and capability developed through catchment groups. And this has been helped by good funding coming out of central government as well as with support from council. It's unfortunate that we won't be seeing that same level of funding coming from central government. But I would say that this new structure of catchment collectives, it is at least trying to address one of the biggest challenges that faces these groups. And that's the burnout of your leaders and your unpaid volunteers who get swamped by administration. And that can eventually lead to those sort of groups burning out or struggling. So really important that those coordination and administration roles are well supported.
Hawke, this is my absolute favourite topic in the whole world. But we are really short on time, and I want to allow some time for people to ask questions.
Okay, no trouble.
Sorry. You could talk all afternoon to me.
No, that's right. You'll see that we haven't earmarked a lot of budget specifically for catchment groups, but there's some really good opportunities through our other programs, particularly through that precision intervention model. And I think that working with groups like these actually helps to sort of legitimise that targeted funding that we do. Taking you to the last pillar, or farm planning. When we started pulling this work together last year, there was still a bit of uncertainty around the Land for Life program and what that was going to look like. There was an inference that our team would be very busy recruiting and implementing those farm plans. And equally, there's a lot of uncertainty around the national rollout of freshwater farm plans and what that's going to look like and what council's role will be. There is an expectation that we'll be working with external providers, offering technical insight, catchment context, particularly around soil conservation. But I do need to acknowledge what we already do, and that we probably aren't so good at recording and putting numbers around, and that's that whole farm planning support and advisory function, including advice on erosion control, biodiversity, protecting waterways, guidance on regulation and compliance, connecting landowners with expertise and resourcing externally, and providing land and soil information. We're kind of like the gatekeepers to the region's land and soil information. And while that's freely available to anyone who really wants it, there's a real disconnect between actually having that information and being able to apply it on ground. And this is something that I'm sort of seeing more and more often. If you've got a GIS, it's not too difficult to draw a farm boundary and overlay some soils or some erosion mapping, but unless you understand that data set, how it was produced, the scale that it's meant to operate at, and some of those sort of on-ground realities, particularly in the farm management context, it's really difficult to make land recommendations. So, yeah, we're not too worried about AI taking over our jobs just yet. Farm planning pillar, still very much an evolving process, but it's embedded across all of the other work that we do. So business as usual from an advisory perspective, but also being prepared to take on and support those national directives as they come to fruition. So I'll shorten that a little bit.
Thank you, Warwick. I know that's the hardest thing, and I will have to talk all afternoon, so
No
thank
trouble.
you very much. We are running really short on time, and we've got another very important point to come. So any pressing questions for our land management team here this afternoon? Jock, have you thought your questions through really carefully?
Hey, so catchment groups, brilliant model. Do you see part of your role, or are you shoulder tapping potential leaders in areas that don't have catchment groups and saying, look, mate, pick up the ball here?
I think ideally those catchment groups will form organically. We don't want to be sort of putting catchment groups in place. You know, I have been involved where we've tried that before. It's so much better when they come together by themselves with the support behind us.
Yes, I wasn't meaning you doing it. I was really just meaning you speaking to someone like yourself who's a farming person and said, look, why don't you give this a go? Speak to so-and-so, they've got a really good one operating. And talkie.
Yeah,
a bit of a connecting role.
Yeah,
to connect them.
And through you, Chair, I think that very much has been our role. Not necessarily we don't initiate groups, but we talk in rural communities and we encourage people to have those conversations. So it's part of what our team do every day when they're talking and working with farmers. Yeah.
So we have a recommendation to receive and accept. Could I have a mover for that, please? Thank you, Vera van Beek. And seconder was Councillor Hokianga. Would you like to speak? Councillor Hokianga? Any further comments?
Thank you through you, Chair. I want to say thank you to all the team, and Richard, I really want to acknowledge your leadership over the last year coming into this portfolio with the change and through the restructure has been really significant, and I think what you've created and what the staff have delivered has really been really extraordinary, actually. In fact, through all of that and the rebuild and the halving of staff, creating more poles and setting up this new system. So I just really want to acknowledge all of you. We know how important the work is, and we've set, I think, the base for huge success. So, yeah, congratulations, Richard.
And an anecdotal story, as a consumer of this product, we were, because it's so much more economically cheaper, we were able to do 3 years' work in this 1 year because of at the same level of cost. So as a consumer, my thanks to you. As chair of this committee, congratulations on doing what is extraordinary inside a council building and inside local government to do something quick and efficient. 3 months, it's up and running. Love it. Yes, really.
And Chair, was that the willow or poplar?
The motion is to receive and note. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. That's carried. Have we got 30 seconds more?
30 and then we
hang on, just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, you can be excused. Thank you. I was just checking that we still have a quorum to pass the unconfirmed minutes. So thank you. Go with our blessing. And I'm also conscious that people have got commitments to manage shortly. We are going to go over time, so please be aware of that. Could anybody, as you are rechanging, could you have a quick look through the minutes that have been handed to you so that we can approve those at the end, please? Welcome. This is a very important paper, and I don't want to hurry you because it is significant and important. However, we are against the clock, so my apologies for that. If we could be done by 3 o'clock, including some time for discussion, for maybe 10 minutes or so for your presentation. I'd like to invite Councillor McElroy also to speak on this topic as she's been involved. So with that, Steve, can I hand over to you, Richard, to introduce that?
Thank you, Chair, just appreciate that, and I'm really acknowledge the tight time frame. But this is an incredible piece of work of collaboration. Again, you know, we've seen a few examples of collaboration throughout the day, but this is an outstanding example of how a community, different parts of this organisation, so different parts of HBRIC, coming together in the aftermath of quite a tragic situation, and in terms of how the information has actually been brought together. I particularly want to acknowledge the work of Nathan and Waiatai in terms of that local identity, if I can say that with respect, in terms of the mana that you hold in Waiatai enables us to do these things, and I think that's really important to acknowledge that up front in terms of as an enabling factor, and that wisdom and guidance that you have to bring to this kaupapa. So thank you very much. So without further ado, I'd hand over to Michelle.
Would you like to lead us in there?
So yeah, well, it's in the report, but mid-January, via Facebook post actually by Kate Eagleson and her dad, Darren Hill, who were at Kairangi Station. Hui is part of Waiatai and Hui sort of drainage system. There was a huge Tuna mortality event, which was quite shocking. So myself and Katarina actually headed over to have a look at the stream itself, and we ran into Kate, and I got to say that when she took us onto their farm and we went to the bridge, just stopped talking, because I've never seen that. I've seen eels die due to excavation, but not because the water was changing colour, and I couldn't understand what was happening there. We knew it had been really hot leading up to it, and to see that was quite devastating. And I've never seen black water. I've seen tannin water, but black water, and just to see all the deaths, it was, you know, it was a bit overwhelming, and to see how it affected the community itself, and there was huge response nationally. So from that, it was about, you know, of course, as a council, you get contacted. And there was, you know, we needed to have a hui, and Nathan put something together, and we had a bullshed hui at Ohuia with all the landowners, and it's about moving past the blame. There's also weather involved and temperatures. So it was agreed that we need to look at some sort of plan, bring sort of a plan together. At the time, we didn't have a cent, Nathan? So, but we bring the cup of tea, and that's the main thing, with Kiwis. Have a cup of tea and try and find a solution. So it's about all around the solution-based approach approach. And Ari, excellent presenting to the farmers, to the local mana whenua as well, mana whenua there. And thanks to Ahuia for hosting it. So can take it away now, and I'm quite excited about the last little bit at the end. So ka pai.
I'll just say thank you for the opportunity today to update you on what was a very serious but thankfully rare event in New Zealand. As Richard touched on it, the response involved a lot of teams across the organisation that I want to acknowledge, and through those collaborations we were able to have that sort of strong iwi landowner community interaction. Today's talk focuses on the science aspect of that and the progress that we've made even since we presented to the Māori Committee. With that, I will hand over to Ari, who is the lead freshwater ecologist for this event and tells me that she can do this in 8 minutes.
Beautiful.
No pressure.
The whittle is placed. Kia ora koutou. Thanks, Hayley. Yes, I'll just run you through some of the events as it played out for us and then leave you with the next steps. So to orientate ourselves a little bit, the Waiatai catchment is about 10 kilometres north of Waiatai, and there's the Waiatai stream and its tributaries, which are predominantly warm, wet, lowland streams. The land use up there is high-producing exotic grassland and exotic forestry. And the Waiatai stream itself flows into the Waihora Tuna and Ohuia lagoons, which are occasionally open to the sea. Now the Ikanui or the Hikanui stream is a tributary to the Waiatai stream, and it drains a relatively large wetland system that when full is about 6 hectares in size. A bit of background. As Michelle and Hayley said, on the 12th of January, a significant tuna mortality event was observed in the Waiatai stream. This incident was first brought to our attention through social media, with subsequent reports coming from the community describing discoloured water, bad odour and an oily surface sheen. The event followed a sequence of really important environmental conditions, the first being a significant rainfall event on the 3rd of January, where the catchment saw about 117 mils of rainfall. And then following that, a really extended period of very hot weather, where we had consistently about 30 degrees and reaching up to or exceeding 35 degrees in that catchment. At the outset, the cause of the fish kill was unknown. The pollution response team led this initial investigation, and we are taking a broad approach to consider all the plausible causes. So as I mentioned, the eel deaths were followed by a significant rainfall event. This generated high flows and flooding across the Waiatai and the Ikanui streams and the surrounding catchment. And the flooding mobilised substantial quantities of organic material from the floodplains, the wetlands, the hill slopes and the sediments all around, which washed into those waterways. This provided a significant source of organic carbon for microbial decomposition. The rainfall followed by those several really hot days. Warm water holds less oxygen, while higher temperatures also accelerates that microbial activity and oxygen consumption. At the same time all of this was happening, the water levels in the Waiatai were elevated because of that rainfall, and so water was being retained in the Ikanui stream behind a floodgate for an extended period. As the water levels in the Waiatai receded, the Ikanui stream subsequently, the stored water in the Ikanui was released to the Waiatai, which created the conditions for a pulse of that organic, rich, low oxygen water to enter the Waiatai. Water sampling results show no evidence of hydrocarbon contamination in either the Waiatai or the Ikanui. A spot measurement of dissolved oxygen recorded 0.17 milligrams or 1.9% saturation oxygen, which is extremely low, and this represents severe hypoxia. For context, a healthy freshwater system generally has oxygen above 80% saturation, while concentrations are below 5 milligrams start to place significant stress on aquatic life. The water temperatures at the time were 21 degrees, which is pretty consistent with summer conditions, but the pH of the water was slightly acidic at 6.2. But the lab results indicated that the primary source of the water quality degradation was the Ikanui stream, and the contributory contained elevated organic carbon indicators demonstrating the presence of a substantial load of organic material. These concentrations were well above those that we typically see in rivers and streams across New Zealand, indicating a strong and localised source of that organic material.
Alongside this, iron, aluminium and manganese were also elevated in the Ikanui, and this is a pattern that's consistent with those reducing oxygen depleted conditions, where these naturally occurring metals become mobilised from the sediment, and these concentrations weren't observed downstream in the Waiatai, so it's really restricted to the Ikanui stream itself. So why did this happen? Blackwater events in general occur after a flood, when dry floodplains are inundated and large amounts of organic material, leaf debris, organic agricultural runoff, leaf litter, floods into that stream and creates high concentrations of that dissolved organic carbon. The bacteria in the water begin to break down the sudden influx of carbon, and this is an aerobic process, meaning that uses oxygen. This drives a sharp increase in the oxygen demand within the stream, and so the amount of oxygen needed for the microbes to break down the organic material overwhelms the supply of oxygen, which leads to the production and release of these compounds like ammonia, iron, manganese, and sometimes hydrogen sulfide. It's really common for people to observe or report petrol or diesel spills during these blackwater events because there's the visual evidence. You see a shimmering, iridescent, rainbow-coloured sheen on the surface and it looks like a fuel slip. However, these surface scums are formed they're called biofilms, and they are produced from these bacteria going through these decomposition processes. So if you're ever out and about and wanted to check it, diesel and petroleum spills generally, if you sort of stick through it, they reform, whereas the biofilms fragment and shatter like platelets. The primary cause of the tuna mortality was probably extremely low oxygen. There was simply not enough oxygen in the water for the fish to breathe and survive. Other stresses likely contributed. So like I said, under these low oxygen, slightly acidic conditions, you get this release of compounds such as ammonia and hydrogen sulfide, which can build up. Also, these metals that are generally stored in the sediments are released to the water column and they become toxic to aquatic life. Eels we know are capable of limited overland movement between waterways, but this typically occurs under cooler or even damp conditions. And bearing in mind that behaviour and metabolism changes significantly when animals are under physiological stress. The eels may have attempted to move out of the affected waterways during the wet conditions, if the conditions were wet, but the high temperatures of the time during this period would have made overland movement pretty difficult. So we did some fish surveys 3 months after the event in the Waiatai stream to assess whether the aquatic fauna had returned and recolonised these affected waterways. Unfortunately, the Ikanui stream wasn't suitable for our fishing methods. We did focus in on the Waiatai, but the good news was that within a 30-metre reach, the fish community we observed was typical of a lowland stream. So we saw longfin, shortfin tuna, common billies and freshwater shrimp. And the size distribution of the shortfin and longfin tuna ranged from approximately 95 mils to 240 mils, which shows a range of different size classes and age classes in the community. And lastly, for me, just touching on hypoxic blackwater events in general are recognised phenomenon in some parts of the world, including the Murray-Darling Basin in Australia is really popular or common for them. And similar events have been observed elsewhere in New Zealand, especially around the Waikato region. The event in the Waiatai catchment was driven by a combination of extreme and local factors, and it may be unlikely that this exact same circumstances will occur elsewhere in the region. However, it highlights a broader vulnerability in our waterways. Thinking ahead to the summer, particularly with the potential influence of El Nino, low flows, high water temperatures, and low dissolved oxygen are all known stresses in our rivers and streams across Hawke's Bay. So while the next event may not be a blackwater event, the underlying risks remain elevated. Temperatures and low oxygen can place significant stress on aquatic life, particularly when they occur together.
There we go. So we've managed to secure a small amount of funding to help us develop a better understanding of the challenges of that catchment, which can then help us to start developing an idea of the opportunities for change in a coordinated way across the catchment, which I think is a really important point there. That work will have cross-organisational support, and then to support that work as well, the science team will look to identify, characterise and map the boundaries of that wetland that we were talking about. And just to kind of add to what Ari had just sort of finished saying, so we've run an internal lessons learned session around this to ensure we're as prepared as we can be for any future extreme events, not just these, because of course we know we are expecting El Niño conditions this summer, so that's a lot to think about. And that's us.
Fantastic, thank you so much, and thank you for the work that both I acknowledge you, Katrina online, and Michelle and Nathan, and all the landowners involved, so thank you very much. Do we have any questions for this team, please? It's been a great report.
Let's get to ask one here.
As long as it's nice and clear, I'm very happy with your questions.
Did I hear it right? The oxygen saturation you'd normally expect to be about 80%, and it got down to 1.9. So it's a wonder anything survived, period. But nevertheless, not long afterwards, the population was back to quite close to normal. And so does that suggest that actually this occurred in quite a small section of the stream?
Yeah, I think that so oxygen can be regained through the stream quite quickly with the mixing through the Waiatai, which probably had higher oxygen. And so it was quite a localised event as that pulse of low oxygen water moved through the system. Yeah.
Okay.
But presumably the different size classes of the Tuna would indicate that you're getting stuff moving in from other areas. It's not that but it's not just that the population that was there exploded. We're expecting things were moving in to an area that is capable of supporting them again, I think is the important part.
And great to see that those next steps look so positive. Any other questions for this team?
Just a really quick question, and I don't know if you can answer this, but it's something on my mind. Would they have suffered? Would it have been horrible? Do you know? You don't have to answer
It's
that.
quite hard to answer.
I know. I just think would it have been quick?
Slow death. Is a lack of oxygen ever a quick passing?
I can answer that. It's not very nice. I can answer that, but Kate and I think Darren saw them come to the centre.
Desperate for air. Suffocating, terrible.
Sorry
We
to bring it
have
down.
a recommendation to receive and note. Michelle, would you like to move that?
Oh, yes, most
Yes, I thought you would. And seconder, please, to receive a note. Thank you, Councillor McIntosh. Councillor McElroy, would you like to comment?
Out of all this, and it's really sad because with the Tuna, that's our taonga species, that's our, and I was listening to one of the Ohuia whānau, Adrian Manuel, and he was talking to myself and Katarina, that's our kawatakai. That's how they survive. The Mahina Kai have done that for generations, and to see that happen, it's like your cupboard being wiped out, and then you start to think, oh, is it safe, and how will it regenerate? But the test that you done just not long after showed that that they have survived and that they will carry on. That was good to see the Katarina. It was good to see the longfin. There was more longfin girls, so that's a good sign as well. Longfin, Katarina's the Tuna expert. Actually, I'm just the person that sits and listens to her. But and the Blackwater event was quite distressing for the whole community. But thank you for your mahi. Thank you for the funding. If there could be a follow-up with our farmers to inform them about the plan. I know one of them just wanted to start planting trees because there was a thing about there's no shade for them to hide to cool the water. Come with your escape too. But thank you for the report.
Councillor McIntosh, did you want to speak? Any other comments? Great. So the motion is to note and receive. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Those against will say nay. Motion carried. Thank you very much. Councillors, please do not leave the table. We do have one more piece to sign off for today, and that is we're returning to the unconfirmed minutes. So just a process, please. Councillor Waiatai, have you I know that you had some questions. Have they been rectified? Yes. Does anybody else have any amendments to the minutes from the meeting from the 11th of March?
Actually, what changed?
Good question.
So just under
There was just some numbers, I think it was 4 million as opposed to 44 billion or something. There was a typo in there. That was quite alarming, the 44 billion. So I'm guessing that has changed. We just confirm that that is the case.
4.4. Let's have a quick look. Come on, mate. 4.4, yeah, there was just a point there that the modelling suggests that doing nothing could cost around 44 billion and more by 2050 in soil losses. So for me, it just highlighted the word cost, 44 billion, obviously.
Well, and that was a typo, it was only 4. Yeah.
In
So
soil.
4 million.
Billion. And the reason why I brought it up is because I actually moved it, and I don't think I would have moved 44 billion.
I would concur that that would be the case. So with that amendment made, do we have anybody happy to confirm these minutes as true and correct, please?
Sure.
All of us.
Anyway.
First for over
I wasn't present.
Councillor Kokinski and then Councillor Parsons as second. Would you like to speak? Would you like to speak? We will take that then as all those who getting to the end of the day. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. Motion carried. Thank you so much for your participation today. What a fabulous day. My apologies for going over time, but actually I think it was worthy of digging into those very important aspects. So I thank you for your diligence in that. To our kaimahi, please pass on our sincere thanks to you, especially Di. I know you've done a lot of work in this space. And I will remind you that, or let you know that the next meeting for the Environment Committee is in November, and we will be doing a deep dive into biodiversity. So that will be exciting. Now, as we have, Councillor Hokianga has left the table. Do we have someone who would like to close for us, please? Marty, would you like to close for us?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and just to acknowledge my arrival into this Environment Committee, and of course the acknowledgement I received a little earlier on. So tēnei te mihi atu. Well, let's give thanks and acknowledge a very productive day with speakers and presenters. Nō reira, kia tau, kia tātou katoa. Te āta whai o tō tātou ai ki ihu karaiti. Me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake, āmene. Aroha mai, kua mutu a mātou mahi mō tēnei wā. Manaki tia mai mātou katoa. O mātou hoa, o mātou whānau, ai o ki te aorangi, ti hei Māori ora. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you.